We're gonna go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, -1, -2, -1. Jimmy, are we live? All right. Welcome to the episode.
Yeah. Welcome to the Mike and Mike show.
Hello.
Well, yeah, I know we're a little late. Fuck off. It happens. Okay, sorry. But yeah, we've got Devonius, the loyalist.
That's me.
On here. Loyalist. And we've got Michael Akkkkkkkerman.
Yes.
You've heard that Billy Joel song. What the fuck is it called, right? Where he's like,
heart attack,
yes. That's what I was going for. Yep.
I know that one very well.
I'm sure you've never heard that one before, but
what's the name of that song?
That song is
Moving Out.
Yeah, Moving Out.
There we go. I was I'm trying to think of it. So.
Yep. Jesus, yeah.
Way to go. Oh, speaking of Kong, I have a question for you guys. And it's been bothering me because I might be wrong on it, but I want to ask fellow intellectuals what it is. So. If something runs, does that mean it's not broke? So, like, let's say I have a car that runs fine, but the steering wheel is broke off of it. Is the car broke?
It's broke in a certain way.
It's broken.
Yeah, it's broke.
It cannot hold currency.
Yeah.
Therefore, it cannot be broke.
All right.
Like this
broken. It's broken.
Glass right here. Yeah, this glass right here. If I broke the edge of it, it would still be a glass, but it would be broke.
Fair. Because apparently I'm getting confused where if something is broken but it works fine, it's apparently fine. And I'm like, no, that's still broken.
No, that's
still broken.
Who says this?
Well, because Kong told me, he's like, I've only got one broken gun. So I listed off like 5 broken guns he has, and he's like, those all run just fine. I'm like, that doesn't mean they're not broke. So,
I thought he only had the one broken gun.
No, there's like most of his guns are broken, apparently.
Yeah,
by this definition we just established, most of them are broken.
I was actually telling Mike this the other day. I not too long ago I went into the hills to shoot my M1, and the gas plug on it just like jettisoned off the front and
blew out the end of the
yeah, and I didn't know it, and so I was like, I fired, and then I fired again, and nothing. It didn't eject. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I did it, manual, and then I fired again. I'm like, what's going on here? So it still fired, but it was like a bolt-action rifle at that point.
Yeah. So did you find your gas plug? That's the real question.
What's that?
Did you find your gas plug?
Yeah. I got another one. So.
Oh, you didn't find it. Dang, you didn't look for it for like an hour in the grass?
I looked for it, but like the area I was shooting, there's like shells everywhere and just like shit everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't see anything, but so I bought a new one for like $5, and
you got one of the early ones with the slot, the vertical slot.
The single slot, yeah.
Yeah. So.
It's
apparently Kong says, so, I mean, that's relevant to the conversation though. Let's be honest, because. The M1 ran, it worked, it fired one round at a time. You just had to work it like a bolt action, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
But technically it still worked.
It works, but it's broken. It was broken. That's how it works.
That's an example, yeah.
So I was just wondering, if we're going off by that definition, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, and Kong's throwing some fucking shade here.
He's throwing shade at me for being wrong, and I'm not wrong. So
let's get Kong on for 5 minutes. Oh no, he's uploading. Rather, he's bitching. He's got like a 600 fucking megabyte per second upload and download speed, and he's bitching. Oh, you're gonna pick the bad time to upload. It's like you're uploading a fucking short video. Okay, it's gonna take like a minute to upload, and you're bitching and whining.
Well, it's gonna take longer than that because he's watching the stream. But
I'm sorry, it'll take like a minute and a half. I'm so inconsiderate. Didn't even fucking factor that in. Jesus. Yeah, he's throwing some serious shade at you, man. He just called you a fucking prick.
I know. But like I'm not wrong, so I guess
I don't think you're wrong.
I don't think I'm wrong either. Until they're all fixed and they run exactly like they're intended to, they're broken. Sorry.
Right, I know, because he's got the I won't ruin his because that's his like thing. He's got the semi-uncommon pistol that was broke from the get-go.
Yep.
What? Well, I know he's always posting, bitching, and whining about problems that he's got with other guns.
He's willing to explain.
All right, you're gonna have like 5 minutes to fucking say your case.
Explain why your guns aren't broken.
I got an interesting topic to talk about involving broken guns and what my main subject is, which is Audie Murphy. So if you guys want to talk about that, I'm all down.
Yeah, we'll get Kong Balls on here really quick to come on. We gotta give him 5 minutes. So from the time he gets on, I'll start the watch, and whatever. If he's in the middle of a sentence at 5 minutes,
this is going to be like a congressional hearing. You have this long, and then anything after that, it's done.
Right.
No filibustering here.
No filibustering. You better take this time. That's the time before you get on. You better take the time to formulate your fucking explanation, or it's not going to be good. I'm just telling you that it won't be good.
Fair. Like, I wasn't saying that his guns were bad or anything, but I'm just saying they're broken. That's how they are sometimes.
All right,
you fucker.
At 7:01 p.m., you're fucking done. Go.
All right, you goddamn motherfucker. Listen here. Nothing is broke on them except for the Frommer.
Oh, really?
This guy's hair tonight. Holy shit.
Now, what Michael was saying about his AR-15, that is totally correct. He has a full action gun.
I'm sure it's not an AR-15, but let's go with that.
Are you on a fucking bender? Is that what's going on here?
Anyway, sorry. So
you've been awake for like 5 days. You're fucking...
Yeah.
Okay.
How much speed have you done in order to be on the screen?
Anyway, yes, I've bitched about problems with my guns, but none of them are in that realm. They all function totally fine.
And I'm not disagreeing with you, but that doesn't mean they're not broke.
The issues that I may have had are either now fixed or don't affect the thing at all. Missing a steering wheel or missing a gas plug affects the fucking gun.
Yeah.
So missing a steering wheel on a gun?
So missing the rear sight on your Chilean, you would say that's not broken.
He's not missing the rear sight. He's missing the Yep. He's missing the fucking the elevation thing, which is not a necessary part of the weapon to use it for combat.
I wouldn't say that it's broken, it's missing a part though.
Yeah.
If it was broken implies that it's physically broke. It's just missing a piece.
That's broken.
So what about your Frommer stop? What's going on with that?
So that's a good fucking question.
That's a good question.
So it doesn't function, correct?
It doesn't. It's basically a single shot pistol right now.
Okay, so it's like Michael's M1.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be semi-automatic. That's broken.
It's not functioning as it's entirely intended to when it left the factory.
I agreed with Devin in that case that yes, my Frommer stop is essentially broken.
Yeah.
That's the one gun that does not function the way it's supposed to.
Well, I'd say the rear sight is still broken because you don't have it.
No,
not having it.
It functions, but it's not functioning as intended, which means
as a neutral party, I would say it's not necessary to fire the weapon and use it as it was intended to have that fucking rear elevation sight, like the ladder on it. Or not the ladder, but the fuck is it called? The sight.
The rear sight ladder.
No, it's
the ladder's there. It's the leaf.
The leaf sight. That's what it is.
Yeah, but the ladder's there.
The part is called a leaf.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he's got the ladder. He just doesn't have the like a lot of Gewehr 88s. He just doesn't have the actual sight itself.
The slider.
Which
elevator.
What the fuck? Yeah, whatever the fuck it's called. But he's got the battle sight and the ladder.
Okay.
I would not consider that broken or even unfunctional at all.
Yeah. It does not fundamentally alter how the gun operates.
Fair.
Right. So that's not like a fucking, I hate to use the term, essential part. Like it's not gonna make or break. You could still hit somebody at 500 yards or meters and closer with your battle sight. Like you can adjust for that. You don't need the ladder sight because they were fucking outdated by World War I. It wasn't that useful after, unless you're talking like, oh, I'm a marksman that's going to be hiding in this fucking hole and whatever. So yeah, I would agree that one's not broken.
Okay.
That's missing a part, which is different. The Frommerstab does not function as a semi-automatic pistol, which it did when it left the factory. That does affect its function completely.
Yeah. I'd say the Frommerstab is broken. It runs.
Yeah.
But it's broken.
Yeah, broken. So we're on the same page then.
All right, so let's explain the other. Okay, we'll say the Chilean's a wash. It's not broken. Explain the other 3 that Devin called you out on. Why don't you explain the other 3, Devin, of his guns that are broken?
Mauser 1914.
It's not broken.
The magazine is broken. Do you have any other magazines for it?
The magazine has some cosmetic defects.
So it feeds totally fine?
Yes.
Okay. Because you were saying it wasn't.
No, it wouldn't feed that FN ammo.
Oh, that weird fucked up ammo you got.
Yeah.
Okay.
But none of my pistols will feed it.
Okay, so now we're down to 2. Name the other 2.
Down to 2. Okay. What was that other one that I was talking about?
I did break my CZ50, but I fixed it.
No. That wasn't one of the ones that I said. There was one other one that I was...
How the fuck did you break that?
I shot the firing pin out.
Yeah.
Remember? Because it has the cast firing pin, it fucking exploded.
That's a pretty common issue.
You probably said it on his stream because I don't remember you telling me about that.
No, it was a few streams. It was last year, I think.
I do remember him saying that when we were both there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But that was something we're both like, that's an easy fix because that's a known problem they have.
So then the last one, what's the last one?
I'm trying to remember what it was.
I can run through my guns, and that might help.
Yeah.
Well, don't do that. The ATF's watching. They don't know what you have. Keep it a secret.
Well, they're right there. They can look at all they want.
All right.
Don't touch them.
I'm not touching them.
Nobody's touching anything.
Well, the Gleal's fine.
The Gleal's fine.
The M95 is fine.
That's fine.
The 1912 is fine.
Yeah.
1914, you mean? Or
no, he has a 1912 Chilean as well.
Yeah.
So.
The Mauser's fine. The lemon.
Oh, yeah, you just got that. Yeah.
The lemon squeezer's fine.
Yeah.
The Tokarev's fine. The rear sight is backwards.
The rear sight's backwards, but that's not broken.
So is mine on both of mine.
Yeah.
The Albanians did that for whatever fucking reason.
My CZ52 is fine.
Mm-hmm.
The Frommer is definitely broken.
Covered that, yeah.
So, okay, just to prove the point, right?
Yeah.
So, Devin, you claimed your accusation was that he had 5 broken guns.
No, it was 4.
You said 5. You can go back and watch it. The stream's going to be up there.
But
you said 5.
Mistakes.
So I'll give you the one. Everybody will agree on the Frommerstab is fucked. It's broken.
Yes.
Yeah.
As of right now, it's not good.
No.
Whatever's going on with it. The one that was the gray area was the missing whatever.
Yeah.
I would disagree a bit.
As intended.
Right. You don't have a case, Devin. I'm sorry.
I was just trying to get clarification on if something is missing or not functioning as intended, is it broken?
So
and we agreed that it is indeed broken. That's all I wanted clarification on. Is running fine and functioning as intended.
So he had 2 firearms that had your definition of an issue, and you stated 5 initially. I'm just saying, just throwing that out there.
I know.
No.
All right. No. By the way, your time is 3 minutes fucking done.
Well,
you
yeah, we had to interject in there. He's fine.
No, he's not.
Yeah, because
that wasn't the fucking deal, Devin. That wasn't the fucking deal.
Here, Devin, would you like to know the Air Force's definition?
No, because the planes fly broken all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Well, no. So there's 2 different numbers for there's a number for missing and there's a number for broken. If a part is missing, you have to document it as such. If a part is broken, you do that as such. And when they say broken, they mean like physically, like broken in half or something like that.
Yeah, broken.
Well, it's okay. You came on, you defended your honor. You have 1 broken gun.
Yes.
Out of the accused 5.
And I'm going to try and fix this fucking thing. Hopefully.
Good luck. I mean, it'll be worth it once you do. But like, I've got several basket cases. They aren't that uncommon like yours, but like, I've got several basket cases laying around here. That's like, we'll just go one piece at a time, like the old Johnny Cash song. and maybe in 20 years it'll work.
I have to find out what the actual issue is. I'm not actually like I have all the pieces. Nothing is missing.
Yeah, it's just something that's fucking. Yeah, it happens all the time. So.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what that fourth gun was now.
You said 4. I thought.
No, because we only talked about the 3, so I'm trying to remember what the fourth one was that I said.
From or stop, Chilean M95,
Mm-hmm.
the Mauser 1914, the CZ50, and the. Oh, you're right.
I didn't say the CZ50. That wasn't one of the ones that I.
Yeah, I said the CZ50.
So it's 4 though that we've got total.
Yeah. Galeel's fine. That's fine. My
fucking Galeel.
Well, it wasn't the gun. I was talking about that faulty 32 ammo you bought. That was the fourth thing.
No, what?
No. You had that don't chamber in anything.
Yeah,
we're being gaslit. We're being gaslit right now. You see how this is working? You see how this is happening?
Yeah.
We're being gaslit. No.
That was the fourth thing. That was the fourth thing. That's why I can't remember the gun.
To defend the ammo, that ammo came in a lot of a bunch of other ammo.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's fine.
You know,
still single load it. Fuck it.
Just set it down and just whap it with a hammer once real good, and it'll chamber just fine.
Yeah, that was the lot that came with the 32 Smith & Wesson, like all that.
Oh yeah, that one, that was fun.
Yeah.
Oh, did you end up like before we got to get into the Michael Akkkkkerman's kind of thing?
Yeah.
I'll get it down. Trust me, I'll do some Billy Joel soul searching and get it down. I'll channel Billy Joel and get it eventually. So what the fuck was I just gonna say? God damn it! I went off on a tangent.
Did I get into?
Yeah.
Were you gonna ask me? Was it an ammo question?
Oh yeah. Did you end up going out and shooting that 7mm stuff? That
I was at work all day.
No, but. Weren't you saying yesterday that you were gonna? Oh, you're gonna go out this weekend, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a matter of trying to figure out what fucking range I want to subject myself to.
That's what you were saying. Okay, yeah. I thought you were gonna do that today for whatever reason. It was in my head, but
I was tempted to. I was looking around. I'm like,
Yeah. No, I get it. But yeah. Yeah, that's all I've got. You need to leave now. No, it's all good. You do look like
you're on speed.
Like fucking rode hard and put away wet today.
Oh, this is what happens when I condition my hair.
You condition your hair?
Yes.
What a fag.
Oh, he's gone.
Good.
I had to leave it at that. Like he can't defend himself. All right. All right, so there's only 25 people, which is really unusual. But yeah, somebody gets it. Sam Johnson gets it. Cadillac, hack. You ought to know by now. Yep. So yeah, we've got that out of the way. So you were pretty far off on your estimation. Let's be honest.
Well, one's a gray area. The one's definitely broke,
which we agree on. You got one. You got 1 out of 4.
And then the ammo that he got in that lot that didn't work.
Well, no, you said he's got 5 broken guns.
Well, actually, in the Discord, which I went back and looked, I did claim 4 things that didn't work that he recently bought.
But on here, you said 5. I know you misspoke. I'm just taking full advantage of that. I'm just taking full advantage of it. So
fair.
All right. So you little shit. Yeah. This is my house, bitch. So, if you guys, how many people signed off in the comments? How many people were here last week for this when we had Mike on here?
I was here.
Yeah, he was there.
Okay, how many people that matter were here last week and were watching?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So, okay, he was here.
Yep, Gordon Huskin was here. He says everything's based, no matter what it is. It's all based.
Yeah, there we go. Or yes, I should have mentioned that. Or watched it since then. Like, just kind of throwing it on at work like I do with podcasts and streams that people do. Yeah. Yes.
Someone's going to think Devin's a Nazi?
No.
No, that can't be confused.
Yeah.
No swastikas. I literally heard a World War II vet call him a swastika. I'm like, were you overseas? Like, what happened?
What happened?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. I got down here. I spent my whole life calling it a decal, and apparently people call it a decal down
that's
here.
A Canadian-wide thing, though.
Dude, I work for a decal company. Canadians call them decals.
Yeah, it's a decal.
Decals, yeah. Decals.
We call them decals here.
Yep, it's a decal.
No, listen, talking about the Nazis. I mean, I have an Iron Cross on my arm, and
I have a tat. It's a bigger one. It's more of a Teutonic cross, but it's the same thing. But nice. Yeah, I have a huge one on my arm that I got when I was 18.
Yeah, so. See, my family's German, so that's why I have the cross on here. But I've had people say like, "Oh, that's a Nazi symbol on your arm."
It's a Balkenkreuz. It's not got anything to do with a fucking. No, that's actually not the Balkenkreuz. That's the fuck. Yeah, it's just symbol. And really, Akkkkkerman is German. No fucking way.
Yeah.
Wow, you learn something every day, I guess. Wow.
In fact, actually, the guy when I went to get this done, he was like, "I don't do things like that," and I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "I don't do the Viking Nazi stuff," and I just kind of like, I got triggered at that moment.
And did you have to give a whole history lecture about how? Yep.
I basically said like I didn't go off on a tangent, but I was like, no, this is a German symbol. This is not a Nazi symbol. This has been around for like ever.
It's still used in the Bundeswehr, and they're not Nazis.
Yeah, it's still literally
Like, it's a definitely like the Holy Roman Empire made that fucking immortal.
Right.
And
he was like, "What?"
I don't know, Mike. I watched an American give the Hitler salute to a statue of Otto von Bismarck. You never know. An American tourist
I would
in Germany.
like to say.
I watched a video.
I would like to say that surprises me.
And like an idiot for one, and for two, Otto von Bismarck.
Right. Again, I would like to say that surprises me, but it actually doesn't.
Yep.
It's so like. That's why I'm ashamed. Like when I talk to people from other parts of the world, or if I go somewhere, which doesn't ever happen, I feel ashamed because like, I get looped in. I'm like a fat dude. I'm tall. I'm very white.
Yeah,
very
you probably
pale.
wear a camo hat and like a plaid shirt, and you live in some kind of rural bumfuck state.
Right. and yeah, it's like, I fit all the criteria, but I'm not the kind of person that's going to give the Hitlergruß to a fucking statue of Otto von Bismarck with my left hand. I would use my right hand.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, I would use my right hand. I'm not fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Like let's be on it. Let's get real here.
Yeah, let's be real.
Jesus Christ.
Shit.
Viking Nazi stuff? Yeah, that's exactly the Viking Nazi.
That Viking Nazi stuff. I was like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude, but that's not what it is at all.
Kong, stop with the fucking super chats. All of you. Okay, we gotta get into this then. Okay.
Yeah.
So last week
we gotta support the movie, that's right.
Yes, we broke the ice on this last week, and it's going better than ever. You actually do have a lot more support since last week. I don't know if it's from my viewers, which it fucking should be. Instead of super chats to me and Devin, who doesn't need it because he's a fucking billionaire, just living he's living in a like a Section 8 shithole just because he likes it. He's living in squalor just because he likes it. We don't need more money right now. We need money to be entertained, and in a good way though. Yeah. So yeah, basically I'll just give like the brief intro for people that. What the fuck? Cody, come here.
Cody,
come here. Go lay down. Can you close the door? Thank you.
Yes, all the schmeckles.
He does not need his father. He needs to lay the fuck down and relax. He does not need us. Okay. So, Yeah, Ricky said Decknells, by the way. Decknells, which is what I said earlier, if you were paying attention. So this, if you weren't here last week, and if you were, big fucking deal, you're going to have to sit through it again. Mr. Akkkkkkkerman here is producing, directing, advising, funding. You're going to be in all the credits. Like, it's going to be so shitty watching the crew. Director, Michael Akkkkkkkerman. It's going to be like so fucking redundant and shitty.
I'll try not to repeat it too much.
Right, you're gonna make up positions just so your name's in there like 10 more times than it needs to be.
You just gotta have that like picture of you appear in the credits on the side, and then just all the positions scroll by and your name's just.
And it's gotta be like super fucking dramatic and just like like the I'm looking off into. You gotta have that, but
yeah.
Anyway, he is working on. How about that? It's a very nice term. A short film about a true story, which he talked about last week. And instead of the super chats to me, you can go to the link in the description, which is the shortfilm.com, and click on that and then donate the $5 or whatever the hell to his Indiegogo or more. You should probably donate more because I certainly did, because this is, I always bitch about Hollywood on my videos. Like, I've bitched about it for Vietnam. I've bitched about it for World War I. I've bitched about it for World War II. I've bitched about it. I mean, I could bitch about it all fucking day if you gave me a platform on YouTube. It would happen. It'd be so easy.
Right.
Yeah, but I think we went from the old school war movie phase of like, well, we're not really worried at all about historical accuracy. It's all about the story and the plot and the relativity. Oh, my daddy fought in World War II because I'm a boomer and I love these films and blah blah blah. And then it evolved into, Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan's Privates, or Saving Private Ryan. Sorry, Lisdexia happens once in a while. So it's Saving Ryan's Privates in 1998. And then that changed the whole thing because it went from these old war movies with like these cheesy fucking, the scream, and then spin around and drop down to the ground. And then the massive explosions that were fake and using American tanks. Well, in Saving Private Ryan, that didn't really change anything. The T-34 was used as a Tiger, but hey.
Yeah.
But it went from the old school of like the non-super realistic, just the glorified 100% war movie to like, okay, well, Omaha Beach, as inaccurate as we'll get to that, maybe not tonight, but like we'll get to that, as inaccurate as like the setting was, the way it was filmed and the experience kind of portrayed, well, it actually wasn't all fun and games and like Kelly's Heroes and A Bridge Too Far, and it wasn't just like people get shot and they spin around, make a wincy face, and then drop to the ground. Well, no, they're missing limbs and walking around and screaming. Well, okay, that's so it brought it to the next level of war movies, and everybody since then has been trying to copy Saving Private Ryan. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah. My favorite scene in that whole movie is right at the beginning where that guy's walking around looking for his arm.
Yeah. And it was cool because they did okay on the casting because they were like, we need to hire amputees, like real life amputees, and then we'll do. And I'm like, that's okay, that's fucking cool. Like, you actually went a little bit above and beyond on that. That's decent, because he could have just tucked the arm around back, but no, he was able to turn around and it was believable. And it's like, okay, he picks up the arm because he's in shock. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, he's literally just standing up and he's like just sifting through like dead bodies and body parts looking for his arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not, in my opinion, that's not totally unrealistic, because it's like, if you're in shock, you're not paying attention to all the lead that's flying around.
And it's on screen for like 3 seconds, and it's my favorite scene in that whole movie.
Yeah, it's fucked up, but it's like, okay, yeah, and it's a lot of people's, it's a memorable scene for sure. But anyway, so you get that, and then you get like the uniforms were a lot better in Saving Private Ryan than they had been previously. They weren't wearing M51 stuff for World War II, they weren't wearing Vietnam shit for World War II. And it was like, okay, they actually went through and they were wearing M41s. And I mean, small details aside, we're just going to, for brevity, we're going to do this. But everybody since then has been, that's like the gold fucking standard.
Yeah.
And it's like basically a bronze standard, in my opinion. Like, it's good in its own respect. Because of what it did. It brought us out of that phase of like the old war movie, but then everybody, small films, multi-million-dollar budgets, they've been trying to mimic that since. And it's like, the dialogue sucks, the writing sucks. There's details that were there that were not fucking. It's not going to happen. This and that, like there's so much that could have been done better. And then so you get Band of Brothers in 2001, which was okay, but they were still trying to go off of the Saving Private Ryan theme, but the advising was a little bit better, but they still got a lot of shit wrong. The dialogue was not nearly as cringe for the most part as Saving Private Ryan. But then it's like everything after that's just fucking annoying. It's just like it's the same shit, different plot. You know, they're in a different part of Germany or France or Normandy. You know, it's like, okay, well, what the fuck? And there's been nothing about Italy or North Africa or Sicily or Greece. You know, the last thing I saw about Greece was the Guns of Navarone.
From
which is made in the fuck. Yeah, I mean that's what the fuck here. Like, okay, it was an okay movie. It was fucking crazy. But anyway, so you get all these people that are small filmmakers, right? And this all has a punchline, and we'll get to it, and then we'll let Mike talk. Trust me. We get to this current phase where for the past 10 years, I've seen that these small filmmakers are like, I can do it better. And they can't. They're cutting corners because it costs too much money, which I get. But also, like, you can talk to people and get things that will allow you to allocate money to different parts of the production. You can talk to people and get costumes, you can get uniforms, you can get advising, you can get freaking technical advice, you can get a lot of stuff you can get that you don't have to, you know, shill out money for. And it's about being resourceful and shit, but they're not willing to do that because it takes more time and effort and it's, you know, whatever. And then it ends up just being, you get some like third-rate fucking actors, if they are even actors, or you get reenactors, which is even worse for films. And you get them in there and it's the same plot line with the same horrifically cheesy lines, the same just ridiculous. The writing sucks to begin with, and you put it in the hands of shitty actors, and it's just like, this is less believable than real life. Like, Jesus Christ. It's not even like less believable than war. It's like less believable than going downtown to a gas station and listening to two people talk. Like, it's like, oh my God, it's so fucking unrealistic.
Yeah.
But, and so that's been basically for the past 10-ish years. And, you know, Hollywood, they try with like Dunkirk in 1917. That was a cool concept of the, you know, the long shot, pretty much a couple of them all the way through the film. It's cool. Wasn't like the best, but it wasn't like terrible. Okay. But that's all we've got, you know. It's like for war movies, it just kind of that fell off when the boomers started to age and not go to the movies anymore. And then it's been like on YouTube where you got these short films that are being made. Like there was this one back in the day called Plastic Apocalypse, and it was so incredibly shitty. Like I cannot fucking convey to you the amount of cringe that this fucking kid had while he was making this.
I know it's fucking awful.
It's so unrealistic. They're plastic. They're like, you know, plastic doesn't melt instantly when you shoot it. It breaks apart. Right. And he was putting, you know, green fucking blood on the screen and tan fucking blood. And it's like, what kind of dipshit would do that? Oh,
I know.
The kind that in like a little bit less than a decade from now is actually going to be trying to make legitimate good content.
That was beautiful.
So
perfect segue.
Take it away. Let people know that, I mean, again, if it's redundant, fuck you guys. You can sit through this. He's a good guy and it's a cool fucking idea. So take it away. Start with, I've got your site in the description and what you're basically what you did last week, and then we'll go a little bit more in depth this week.
All right, cool. So as Mike, with that tremendous build-up, alluded to,
all 30 minutes of it.
I myself, Michael Akkkerman, I am a filmmaker and artist, someone who really also researches a lot of war history and military memorabilia and such. I am making a short film based on Chapter 4 of Audie Murphy's memoir, To Hell and Back. And this is going to be a 30-minute short movie about this situation that's described in Chapter 4 of Murphy's book, To Hell and Back, where he and his squad in Italy, specifically along the Winter Line, close to Monte Cassino, ambushed a German squad who was going kind of on a patrol on a side of a hill, ambushed them, shot 3 of their guys. They all surrendered, dragged the 3 wounded guys into a cave. Someone took the prisoners elsewhere, dragged the 3 wounded guys into a cave, and basically sat there with them and just watched them slowly die. And that is the premise of this movie. Well, that is basically the plot of this movie is this squad ambushing this German squad, and then kind of saying, what do we do now? Like, we shot them, but like, should we finish them off? Should we give them medical attention? You know, we should probably kill them because they're the enemy, but they've surrendered now. So it's what should we do? Like, it's something that you're not really trained for in the military. So I thought that was, in reading this in his book, I just thought it was a very interesting, unusual scenario. And I turned it into a 30-page script. And I altered the story a bit. Well, I didn't alter anything that's from the American perspective. Obviously, in the book, there is no German perspective, but I added the German perspective to this movie, where it starts from the German squad. They start out as the main characters. It starts from their perspective of them going on this patrol up this hill, and then they're ambushed, and then we go to the American perspective. And from there, we kind of switch back and forth between the American and German perspectives as they're in this situation now. They can't verbally communicate. You know, the Americans don't know German. The Germans don't know English enough to, like, you know, have a conversation. So it's just kind of like they both amongst themselves ask, what would we do in this situation? What is the best thing like to do? And it's really a commentary, obviously, on war, on humanity, and it doesn't take any side. I didn't want it to take any side. It never says that, like, the Americans are the good guys, the Germans are the bad guys. It never says the Germans are the good guys and the Americans are the bad guys. It's just done very raw, and it just shows you what this is, basically, you know, with very unbiased about what side is right or wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And like I was saying last week, I read through the script, and that's exactly what I got out of it, where it's just, it is what it is. And because you've done enough research on kind of the German doctrine, and kind of at that point in late 43, they were kind of, especially in Italy.
Yeah.
I mean, Italy, like we were talking about last night, was a rough campaign for everyone involved.
Yeah.
That was rough. Yeah.
That's one thing that it's funny. Like, a lot of people, because of movies like Saving Private Ryan and shows like Band of Brothers, which are great in their own right, you know, they have problems, obviously, but, you know, you can, yeah. I would say that they're decent for what they are. Most people just, when I think of World War II, they think about Normandy, France, and, you know, all that stuff. And at that point in the war, it was really like, it was like moving at that point. But like in Italy, there were like a lot of stalemates, you know, a lot of just real, you know, back and forth shit. I mean, like Anzio, and, you know, like we talked about last night, Monte Cassino. Yeah. And Italy, a lot of people don't even know about Italy. When I told some of my film people about this, you know, I know what's it about, and I tell them, like, oh, Italy, like, yeah, I don't really know much about World War II Italy. You know, most people don't.
Yeah, and it's sad because, like I was telling you, I have a personal connection. My grandfather, my mom's dad, served through North Africa, Sicily, and Italy. And he was at Monte Cassino driving truck for the artillery. He was driving ammo. And it's like, well, he was there and he got messed up big time. My grandma said when he came back, this is anecdotal, but it's like, it's relative to how traumatic the Italian campaign was, is when they were driving, if he would see an airplane, like a civilian airplane, he'd just like see it. He literally jerked the car over to the side of the road and jump out as it was rolling.
It's just like built into him at that point.
Yep. Because he was like, the planes, they were strafing us because we were carrying the ammo. And he was talking, you know, he would say, like, in Italy, you know, okay. And then he'd just, you know, avoid the subject completely, like they'd always did. But It was so traumatic in Italy with the amount of insane, just like you said, stalemates. Monte Cassino was insane. Anzio was ridiculous. Salerno, holy shit.
I don't think people realize that Italy held until the end of the war.
Yeah, we talked about that last night.
Yeah, the 34th Infantry Division, the now Minnesota and Iowa National Guard,
on the Gothic line.
They were up there in combat on the Gothic line in May of 1945 when the war ended.
Yeah, people don't realize that.
Right, they were fighting the Italians, the fascist Italians, and the Germans, which people also don't realize, because Italy devolved into a civil war while the Allies were there.
43, yeah.
And so it's like you've got that going on. You've got Germans that are there that have a lot of combat experience, and it's like, okay, well, it's just not a good. Italy was ridiculous.
Yeah,
and the 3rd Infantry Division was one of the units that they used those guys a lot in Italy and in southern France and everything like that. The 3rd Infantry Division, they Jesus, Rock of the Marne, World War I.
Yep.
And they yeah, exactly. And they got thrown through everything because, again, my grandpa's brother was in the 3rd Infantry Division. So, and he was an infantry guy, so he went through all that shit, and he had a really rough time, and they got mauled, but they also were okay. So that's like Italy is. It's so forgotten about. Nobody. Oh, we were in Italy in World War II.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
for a long time.
Years longer than
the whole time.
So
Yeah, and it was super.
Was that the end of 41 or early 42?
That was 40. Oh, I think it was the end of 42, actually.
Really?
Hold on.
When we entered Italy?
Yeah, because we went to Sicily first.
When did they invade Sicily? That was 42.
Sicily, that was I think, want to say
September 1943.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, 43, and then
yep.
So but going back to if we want to go back to the very beginning, when the U.S. Army first entered the war with going against the Germans was I think November of 42 in Africa, in Morocco. I think that was
Operation Torch. Yeah, let me look that up really quick. Yeah.
I think it was November.
Battle of Kasserine Pass. That was the first time.
Yeah. We also fought. Yeah, we fought some of the Italians.
Yeah, November of 42. Yep, November of 42 was Operation Torch.
Right.
And yeah, Kasserine Pass kind of got our asses handed to us, and then we handed it back to them.
Yeah. Well, America is a very good country in the fact that oftentimes the first thing they do, they just get absolutely destroyed, but they recover and learn really quick.
Yeah, and it's like, that shit's not going to happen again, bro. You're fucked.
Every conflict, they get their butts handed to them in the first time, but then it's like, well, we'll figure this out.
And then, you adapt. But, Operation Torch, so this isn't, in Italy, for the 3rd Infantry Division, I'll look this up later, but, they were there, they landed in September, and then they were there until I think the beginning of 44, or mid 44, and then they went up and landed in southern France, right?
They went to Anzio and then southern France.
That's what I mean, but so that was their thing, is they went to Anzio, and then a few months later they got a couple days break, and then they were up in southern France.
That's right. Yeah, they were in Rome before going to southern France.
Yep. Yeah, and then so that was early 44. They went to southern France, which, Jesus Christ, another bad area. But Italy was ridiculous, because they landed. They thought it was going to be basically the equivalent of shock and awe nowadays. Oh, we're just going to pound the piss out of them, send our infantry in and our armor in, clear the area, make sure it's all good, and then we can move up, through and go to Germany. Well, have fun. Yeah, it didn't work like that, and that's right. And then they took the 1st, the 9th, and the 3rd divisions, and they actually sent those guys up north for the Normandy invasions in 44.
Mm-hmm.
Or did I say 3rd? I didn't want to say 3rd. I meant the 9th, the 1st, and the. There's another big one. My bad. Anyway, but they took those guys out of the front, and the 3rd went to southern France, and then those other units went up to Normandy, and so you've got the 36th and the 36th division, which is the Texas National Guard nowadays. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And they were in Italy for the duration. You got the 34th, which was there for the duration, and then you had a bunch of the armored divisions that were there. Bunch of fucking units were in Italy for the duration. They never got out.
Yeah. So and just talking all about this, the Italian campaign, that this movie takes place kind of in the heart of that whole campaign, basically, is what we want to say. And one thing, it's, we were talking about war movies, and how they've kind of, all copied Saving Private Ryan. This is very much anti trying to copy or take shortcuts and telling a cool World War II story. This is definitely trying to do something new with the war genre and with a war movie. And I think by having it be done very raw and having it not really choose a side, not be romanticized, I think that it will definitely do that. And not only is the writing have to be solid, I've spent a lot of time on the script. You've gone over it with me. We've changed little details here and there.
Yeah, but it was overall really good. Usually I've seen other people's scripts. I won't name names on the stream, but I've seen other people's scripts, and I'm like, I get through the first couple lines, and I'm like, this is
horrible. Yeah,
I know where this is going already, and it's just fucking terrible. And yours, it was like a couple of details that I didn't even know about, but we did some research and was like, well, yeah, it'd probably be more realistic to change just one word, or the way that he looks at somebody, it's just small shit like that. So yeah, you've put the most effort into writing a script that I've seen in a long time. So,
well, I appreciate that, yeah, because I don't take this shit lightly, and I really put my heart and soul into it when it comes to doing justice to the history, and also just telling a very thought-provoking and interesting story at the same time.
And also, the thing that I really like is you're paying attention to detail on what they were going to be wearing and carrying.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's the thing is we've talked about, because that's obviously the kind of shit that gets me all hot and bothered. And so we were talking, and these uniforms, once you get them. Once you get the casting, or you get the casting done, rather, it's not I'm not doing that. Once you get the casting done, and we can talk about who wears what size and get everything, and on the helmets and everything, it's going to look so good. You're going to have these fucking basemented neck beards that way, they make me look like, well, I won't. Again, I always want to make that joke on here, but I'm not going to do that. I'll tell you the joke later. It's bad.
Okay.
But I'm so used to saying it. I'm so used to saying it in person. Yeah, Devin knows what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I know.
Makes you look like a fine specimen. We'll put it that way, right?
Okay.
These guys are sitting at home, but all they do is research this shit, and they're on their 5th bag of cheesy poofs for the day. They're not going to be able to look at your shit and be like, "Well, that would actually that
German
right.
soldier's tunic is missing one stimpling on one of the buttons."
Yeah, stitch Nazi. Yeah.
yeah.
But they're not gonna be able to do that shit with yours, because it's gonna be fucking accurate, and it'll be cool looking at. And then, like you were saying, you don't want them holding at the low ready, which drives me fucking nuts.
Yeah, and I see that all the time. Yeah, that's one of the main things that when we do, because I've already talked to a bunch of actors, and a lot of these guys are already lined up, and a lot of them have done war movie type stuff. I've seen it in their reels, and what we want to do is, without spending a whole lot of time and money, at least, take all the actors once we have them cast and put them through a little training not a training program, but a little bit of training to show them how to correctly move, how to correctly carry a rifle at port arms, trail arms, all that stuff. I don't want to see any of this modern day SWAT team type stuff.
Yep.
And I was actually watching clips from Hacksaw Ridge today, and I saw a few characters doing that, walking around like that.
Vince Vaughn's carrying his M3, he's like, yeah, all right, we're gonna kick in this door, man. Even though it's wide open up here, we're gonna kick in that door. Yep.
Yeah, no, not at all. And also, one thing that's really that I put in my script, I really wanted this to come through, is when the Germans get ambushed, when they're scaling this hill, and it's a BAR that opens fire on them, and you can't see it obviously where it is, and boom, 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 and these 3 guys get shot. Immediately, everyone else who doesn't get hit just I knock my glasses off, just drops down.
Well, right, yeah,
drops on the ground with their.
That's what you do. Even today, that's what you do. That's exactly what you do. So.
But you never see that really in a lot of war movies. When guys are they're moving around, and then all of a sudden guys get ambushed. These guys get hit, and the guys around them are all like that.
Or they take a knee.
Yeah,
it's and then they start yelling. They start yelling and shit. It's no, at that point you're like, oh shit, what do we do?
These are the ones where they instantly recognize exactly where the fire's coming from, and they wheel around and they I'm like, your brain takes a second to process that,
or they're down and like, because I'm just gonna tell it because it's relevant to your plot. Or they magically find a stick and they take out a handkerchief or their underwear and they make a white flag and put it up. Magically, they've always got that. Everybody, no matter where they're from in the world, they've always got a white flag.
Yeah,
it's like, well,
absolutely. That's so true. It's interesting with this movie though, with that in that situation. The guy's dropping down like that though, and then like when they surrender, when the Germans decide to surrender, they can't see where the Americans are the entire time. And when they surrender, the Germans yell, "Comrade, comrade!" That's like from all I've researched, that's how the Germans would tell like English-speaking guys that means they wouldn't say "I surrender," which I think is like "Ich gebe out" or something. I don't know how it's said, but they wouldn't say that. They would say "comrade, comrade" in English, and I added that detail in the script.
Yeah, that's what they did in the First World War as well. That's just a German kind of military thing. We just got, and I'll send this over your way, even though they take 30%. That's the biggest fucking super chat I've ever gotten. Like,
whoa! I just saw that.
So yeah, I'll send that.
Wait, no, you're forgetting about the pepper stream where that guy gave you $350.
Oh shit, that's right. No, 300. 300.
Yeah, or whatever.
It was
well, he did a couple
total
of them that stream. So, but
I'm growing habaneros this year. Yeah. We're doing a habanero this year on live stream when you're here.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, we're gonna eat first though. We're gonna eat first, so that if we throw up, it'll still taste good.
Yeah, God. Yeah.
We'll get Culver's again and then fucking eat a habanero. But yeah, I'll send you that.
So bad though.
I'll send you that $100 because if anybody wants to do super chats, I appreciate that. But you're better off right now. For the sake of this,
go into Mike's thing.
I'm just going to send that to Mike for his, because the more cash he's got, the better it's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, thanks, dude. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. And, okay. I should go back. That's the biggest organic super chat I've ever gotten. Like not,
not farming for it. Yeah.
Yeah, not farming for it. And yeah, the peppers, we'll get those growing. But anyway, cool. Thanks, Chris. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
It's gonna be fucking great, this project. And again, I don't push shit that I don't believe in. I'm not fucking Billy Mays, like like OxyClean, what? No,
whatever came around. But going back to what we were saying about this, you asked me, because we were just talking about how anytime like guys get ambushed, they get shot or something, everyone's always like, right over there, open fire or whatever. And it's in the script how these guys, they don't know where this is coming from. I mean, it's definitely somewhere forward, but like they don't know, they can't see it exactly. And you asked me when we first started, the German squad leader in this, his name is Brander, and he's carrying an MP40. And you asked me, so Brander is going to fire a couple rounds, right? And I said, no, he doesn't fire anything. He gets shot and then he falls over and he's done at that point. The Germans don't shoot at all in this movie.
Yeah, that's when you said that, I was like, I was thinking at the time, I'm like, well, I read that and like, yeah, maybe they don't. None of them shoot, so that's also cheap. You don't got to use as many blanks.
Yeah, there's only one because there's the gunfire when they get shot is obvious. That's off camera. There's one part where like a few minutes after that, where an American, we see him actually fire his rifle up close. So there's only one
shot. I remember that.
Yeah, there's only one part in the movie where a guy actually on screen will fire his rifle, and I want to use blank air. I don't want to do that digital muzzle flash shit.
No, use. You could. I have some ideas for that scene. Actually, we'll talk about that later because it could be. You could do it in a way where it's totally fucking real, but we'll
yes, real bullets.
Right. You could do it.
The actor.
Right. Yeah. Just I mean,
put a vest on him. He'll be fine.
We'll have real paramedics out there dressed up in medical. They're medics. Yeah. But there's a way you can do that where it would be fucking real. But anyway, so yeah, that's really cool. So it's not just all about like shooting and war film and glory and action. It's like that's a very small part of the film, which is great. It's more about like just what it's really like is okay. That shit takes place, and then this is a scenario that we never expected to happen.
Yeah.
What do we do for everyone? Everyone, not just like it's like okay, the Germans. Okay, we get hit. One guy goes down. We go back. We tell our guys where they are. They come up and they fucking kill them. That's how it usually goes in a war movie.
Yeah.
Right? Or the Americans, or we saw the squad go back and get the fucking platoon or the company, and they come up and then they get met. It's just like stupid, but it's like, well,
that doesn't sound like any Japanese war movie I've ever seen. Somebody gets shot, they get real stab happy real quick.
Yeah.
That's funny. Well, in this movie too, like not only is it a very realistic, not only does the premise and the way it's executed need to be realistic, but Mike and I have really been talking a lot about just the details of all of the uniforms and that stuff, and it's going to be just like top level stuff. And thankfully, I have a lot of Mike is one of them, but I have a lot of people who have connections to that who have given me deals to where I don't have to spend an enormous amount of money to where they can, lend me this stuff that I can use. So that's a huge bit of that's a huge, cost-cutting way of doing it, which is great. But there's a lot of details still that need to be, figured out that will definitely cost a lot.
The boots, like we were talking about last night. When you brought that up to me, I was like, oh, you're not going to like this answer. It's not, it's
$200 for a pair of boots.
Yeah, minimum. And it's like you can skimp and get cheaper shit from China, but it's not good.
It's not good. It's very noticeable.
Very noticeable, but and then the German helmets, that's gonna be another thing. Like the American helmets, one size fits all, and there's one model. I mean, okay, you get the front seam, and then later on in World War II they had the rear seam, but for this thing, the only thing you have to really worry about is okay, we have some fixed bales, some swivel bales.
Yep.
Right. Big deal.
That's all anyone's going to see, yeah.
So. Yeah, it's like, that's it. And they all have to have the sewn-on chin straps, khaki preferably, because that's earlier. OD7 wouldn't have been really used until about late. Well, it would have been starting to be made when they were there, so yeah, you'd probably see khaki. But yeah, that kind of shit's fine. But like the German helmets, it's like, well, you have to wait until you cast these guys, figure out their head size.
Yeah.
And then we have to figure out the shell size, get the liner that'll fit. All this stuff because they were so much more precise. Different models, like we're gonna have the guys that are more or less experienced, rather, but more new, probably wearing an M42 at that point because that's what they're going to be issued from stocks that were there in 42 and 43. And the older guys can have whatever, and then decals and stuff. So we were working on all these details. That shit's going to cost a bit of money. The German helmets, but it'll look
good.
It'll look like it actually fucking did.
It's not going to look like some repro shit.
Right. It's not going to be repro shit. It's not going to be, and you're not going to be cheating by making them SS and putting covers on them.
No. Well, we've already started talking about details for specific characters. So like the German squad leader is Brander. He's supposed to be a World War I veteran. And but then his second in command, Arthur, is like 24, 25 years old, and he's supposed to be an Eastern Front veteran. And Arthur has as I think we said, the M35 helmet but he has a burlap, makeshift burlap helmet cover on it. And but the rest of the guys in the squad have, like, because it was common in Italy, just that netting around the helmet.
Or nothing.
The chicken wire.
No, in Italy it was the netting. Chicken wire was a more northern European thing, and it was the bigger chicken wire, but. No, in Italy it was just like this shitty rope netting that they would put,
like thick white rope type stuff.
It was like cargo netting that they would throw on their helmets, and it'd be like bunched up behind, and they'd put a bunch of like vegetation and burlap and shit in there if they were trying to be like, in a fixed position or whatever.
Yeah.
But they just
conceal their helmet, that break up that outline a little bit.
Well, and also the net was khaki in Italy, like where they were was kind of. It's like it is right now, where it's kind of dry and there's a lot of like light browns and shit.
Yeah,
it's so hot.
Mediterranean.
Yeah, it's so that's kind of another reason that they broke up the gray, the paint, the zinc, or not the zinc, what the fuck, I gotta get the exact shades down. But like the gray or green outline of their helmets, they break it up with that as well, just like a visual thing. Right. And then, some of the shit that we're gonna be. Do you want to talk about a character tonight?
Sure, yeah, we can talk about a character.
Which one do you want to?
We can talk about Brander.
Yep, that's what I was thinking too. We'll start at the top and then kind of work our way down.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Did you have something to say?
Well, I was just going to kind of give it like like you said, he's a World War I veteran. This is also the shit you have to think of when you're writing this stuff and like getting into the script and like actually understanding like the backstory of everything to make it make sense in the present, which is another thing I appreciate that you did. So like Brander's a World War I veteran. He was born in, at that point, he would be 1891 or 1890 because he was, whatever. So around that point.
He's like in his 50s.
Yeah, so he would have been about like late 20s, early 30s when he was in the First World War. Presumably an infantryman, because like that was what most guys.
That's what everybody did, basically.
Yeah, there was a fucking meat grinder, and so in World War I, like again, this is why like this costs a lot of money to get all these details right, but it's absolutely fucking worth it. And here's why. So what we're planning on doing for his uniform, if this goes through, is in World War I, that was the most Iron Cross second classes were issued out of any conflict, past or present, by the Germans in the First World War. It wasn't necessarily because of valor. It was more like a morale thing that they would. You have an Iron Cross. It was like
a participation award.
Yeah, but you had to do something, but you didn't really like.
You couldn't do nothing.
Right. Some people actually earned it. Some people, you know what I mean? So it's one of those things, but there was millions of them issued. And so you're going to see a lot of, especially infantrymen, with the Iron Cross second class ribbon in World War I, which is the white and black Prussian ribbon. It's got the 1914 and all that shit with the crown. It's the Prussian one. And so what happened was people who would earn the Iron Cross second class in the First World War, if they were in the military in the 30s and onward, specifically 1939, they were allowed to wear the Iron Cross second class ribbon with the black and white from World War I as the award that they would have worn it in the buttonhole in World War I. They were allowed to wear it in World War II. So after 1939, when they invaded Poland, they said, well, there's a lot of guys from the First World War that are squad leaders, platoon leaders, battalion commanders, all this shit. They're earning the Iron Cross second class again, but do we have them wear the new one, the red, white, and black one, or what do we do? And so because the Nazi party and the whole government was made up a lot of World War I veterans, they said, well, we want them to stand out. And, it's pretty special that you earned the EK2 in the First World War. So we're going to make this clasp, like this piece of metal that's the Reichsadler, the eagle, that's sitting on a bar that says 1939, and we're going to let them put that on their First World War EK2, their 1914 EK2 ribbon on their uniform.
To show they got it twice.
But they got it once in the First World War and once in the Second World War.
Okay.
And so that's a detail that, like, Brander was probably in France or Holland or Denmark and then got sent to Italy, at that point after they realized that those countries weren't going to be an issue, and they were like, okay, you're either going to the Eastern Front or we need to go down to Africa or Italy. So Brander's probably going to be a guy that, was a team leader, a squad leader at the beginning of the war, earned the Iron Cross second class again, the infantry assault badge, and he could have had a wound badge from the First World War. It's pretty common.
Yeah.
With that old helmet.
Yeah, with the Stahl helmet, not the swastika, not the 1939 model. And so it's little things like that are going to be like, for nerds to look at that and be like, I've never seen that done in a film before, and that's fucking cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And those little details and that we've talked about, to where it's never explicitly said, and there's never like a camera shot that specifically shows like tracks up or pans around all his medals or whatever, obviously, but like, you just see it there, and the people in the know know what that means.
Exactly. And that's all that you can do, is like, because the Americans didn't give a fuck. Even the souvenir hunters at that point, you've got a dying man in front of you. Okay. You're not going to give a shit about what he's got on his chest. Like, you're going to be focused on the bigger. Some of them. Yeah, some of them.
You got a bunch of kleptos out. You can't tell me out of all the American servicemen, there wasn't one klepto in there.
Well, there definitely is in the film. But as far as like, looting off of a guy that's dying and not dead yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably happened, but it probably was not the norm with,
Right.
There are psychopaths in the military, but not that many.
Not that many that we know of.
Well, and it's funny that one of the American characters in it, who's kind of, you think at first is kind of this psychopath, because he has this whole thing about, no, we need to kill them and just kill all of them, just kill them. And at first it kind of feels almost like, oh, this guy's really cold-hearted, or or something like that. But you realize as he's explaining this, that it's like, no, it's actually more the what's the word? The more humane, the way he sees it. It's more humane.
The psychological trauma.
Right. Yeah. Just put them out of the misery. Let's just get on with it. Let's just forget about this.
Right. It's like that's how I think about when I go deer hunting and I shoot a deer, even though it's going to die within 30 seconds. I carry a sidearm and I go up to it. If it's fucked, I'm like, well, we're just going to end the suffering because I don't want you to suffer any more than you need to. And I put a round in the back of its head. And that sounds horrific and that sounds horrible, but that's the way I think of it, is like, I don't want it to, it's already dying.
Yeah.
I don't want to drag this out any longer than it has to be. So I'm just going to end it as soon as possible. And so that's not like a sign of a psychopath. It's just like, oh, you get it.
Yeah.
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 Absolutely. And well, that's a thing though, that like, I don't want to keep saying like, you don't see that often in war movies. I don't want to sound pretentious, but it is kind of a thing to where I don't know how many times probably a handful where I've seen something like that, to where like someone takes the initiative to finish someone off, or something like that.
Well, but when it is presented, I've seen it's so fucking hardcore. It's made to be like, this guy's fucking psycho, Yeah. It's not like, let's just finish them. Like, they're dead anyway. They're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why not just end it? They're suffering.
Because there's this whole struggle about there's rules. There's this whole struggle about humanity. And I think this movie's going to do really good about showing something that a lot of war movies get wrong, that I think needs to be portrayed more. And that nobody actually wins a war.
No.
Somebody just loses less. All right.
Yeah.
And no matter what, everybody's giving something. Even if you're doing nothing, but you're in the military, you're still giving your time. You're giving your effort. It's literally taking time off of your life to participate in this. You're losing something no matter what you're doing in a war. All right.
Yep.
You're losing something. And more films need to portray a war as, rather than somebody winning and somebody losing, it's both sides losing, but somebody's just losing less.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great way of putting it, because that is what these characters go through. The Germans obviously lose their lives.
Yes.
And the Americans obviously lose a bit of their humanity.
They're trying to figure out how they could lose less.
Yeah, exactly.
And then who actually loses, because
fight their humanity, their emotions, their mental fortitude. They got to do this dance with themselves internally, how they can lose the least.
Well, and so after the Germans expire and the Americans go, well, good job, we're moving out to do an offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you just go through all this shit. You just experience that.
Yeah,
and you lose because you live. You lose because you live.
You lost something. You lost part of your humanity, part of your whatever, and everyone
you're going to keep
different, and they all portray it different.
But you're going to keep losing it, whereas those guys that are dead, it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's fucked. Yeah.
And I don't really want to obviously give away too much about my movie in this, but that is exactly kind of where it all happens. At the very end, it's like, all right, let's go to the next thing. Nothing was really resolved here.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, let's go to the next thing, and let's just forget about this. In fact, one of the characters, Leo, even says that in this thing when he's talking about being back home. He says, "You forget about times like this," and he says it in a sarcastic way, though. Like that whole speech at the very end it's done. it's done very sarcastically, which I
yep, you can. Yeah. Yep, and that's a typical coping mechanism too of people in the military is sarcasm. Always has been.
Yep.
Always will be. And now it's more colorfully worded, and we've got different lingo, but the sentiment's exactly the fucking same. Where it's like, oh, okay, and it's basically like when it really, you don't think about it at the time. I think like they're not actually like they're making a joke at the time, but like they're not actually processing what's going on,
right?
Until after the fact. That's another thing that irritates me. Like you've seen this thing about like when I was going on the Roar One colorized photo group on Facebook and like reading comments from the Boomer Brigade, where it's just like this overly dramatized narrative that they're all projecting about.
But they're all just kids, Mike.
Well, and the trauma, you can see it in his eyes. I'm like, no, that's a look of fatigue and fucking like you're just worn down.
That could be just tired as shit.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I've only slept 2 hours for weeks, or something like that.
Right, and you look like shit when you haven't slept. Everybody looks like shit when they don't sleep.
Yeah,
I don't know if those people have noticed. There's a war going on.
Yeah, well,
right.
that one thing, and I mentioned this last time when we did this, but what I want to do with my actors at our location when we go film this at our location is that it's going to take. We're thinking probably for each location a week to shoot, and I want myself. I'll do it with them. And with all the actors, we actually like sleep out there on the set, like, in the ground with their costumes and everything still on. And they've all agreed to do it. And it's just going to it's just going to show in their faces and in their costumes that they've just been wearing this stuff for a long time. They've just been sleeping on the dirt. Their faces, they got bags in their eyes and shit. They're going to look tired. And it's going to come through in their performances. Because
also they're going to be more agitated.
Yes.
And they're going to be naturally more agitated. And something we'll talk about this after the fact because I don't want to give away like tricks of the trade and everything, but you could take it a step further and make it as good as like a Hollywood production when they actually put these guys through basic without having to do all that shit. By doing one simple thing, and it deprives them of sleep more, but it's worth it. And I'll tell you that after
Speed.
This. What?
Speed. You just have them do speed.
Yes. Just fucking you crush up the thing using a knife in your mess kit. You put it on your wrist and just
get it in you.
Yeah. Woo. No, but it's gonna be cool if they're really tired. Like you're gonna have a lot of shooting. It's gonna be tougher. That because everybody's gonna be pissed off and like fucking agitated and shit.
Yeah, but these guys are actors and they like to do that. They like that method of shit.
Well, as long as it doesn't affect their acting.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it'll add.
There's a threshold there you definitely need to be aware of. At what point do they go from doing really good acting to being so tired and pissed off? That
but here's the thing. If they're not acting, but they still read the lines correctly and they do the scene correctly, but they're not actually acting, that's the best part. That's like the best, like the most raw experience that you can get. Where they're so professional, their acting is muscle memory. But they're in such a state where they're so fucking agitated and so like, God, I didn't sleep a goddamn wink last night. I'm fucking cold. I'm not like my feet are killing me.
I blew the crotch out of my pants yesterday.
Yeah, like I had to sew that shit up while I wasn't getting any sleep and I'm like zoning out. It's like if you can get that with their acting experience because these guys are professionals, but you can get that like the raw visceral kind of how humans are.
Yeah.
When they're fucking tired and crabby and like, oh my God, like some people turn into zombies. Some people get pissy. Some people they get giddy and weird, but that's going to be so much. That's going to fucking add so much to the realism of it and the portrayal of just because everybody, it's not just the Americans. It's not just the Germans. It's everybody in that situation. Being an infantryman, there's a reason why there's this like stigma around the infantry. It sucks.
It's the worst job ever.
Oh, fuck. It's the worst. And it's like, it doesn't matter what country you're from, what era, whatever. Being in the infantry fucking sucks.
Yeah.
It's just like the most miserable shit day after day. And it's like, it's all the fucking same. You're just wearing a different uniform.
Right. Absolutely. Well, and the great thing is though, because I don't know if, a lot of people know this, but like I went to film school in LA. I know all these people that do stuff in the film business, so I have all these great connections for stuff. And these are like legit actors. These aren't going to be like dumb shit reenactors. No offense to you guys.
No, no, reenactors are not.
Yeah,
actors.
Reenactors are horrible people. Yeah.
But I've come across. I'm not a reenactor. I've never been to a reenacting event, but I know some. I have known some. And
how much did they weigh?
What's that?
How much did they weigh?
I think the lightest one was about 300 pounds or something like that. You know.
Jesus.
No, but I've known some who are great. I've known some who are really good, and then I've known some who are just like we've talked about. But no, these are going to be real actors. These are not like shitty just people trying to act. They're good. These are like real guys.
That's why I said you've got the advantage because their acting is muscle memory.
Yeah.
Whereas if you get a reenactor and you make them tired for several weeks on end, well, they're just gonna react. Like they're just gonna be pissy and like I don't want to fucking do it. Oh my god, I'm done.
Yeah, no prima donnas.
No, yeah, it'll be great getting real like professional good actors tired. It's gonna be great.
And just one of a couple of them that I already have signed up. They're like the guy who's playing Kelly, Leo. He goes by the name Leo. That's his nickname. The guy who's playing him was in the Airborne. I don't know if they call it the Airborne anymore.
You said he was 173rd in Italy.
No, he was the actor.
Yeah,
he was in Afghanistan.
Well, but like where he was like, where was he stationed? Like stateside? Do you remember?
Shit, I don't remember. I'd have to ask him. But if I go to his, I'm pretty sure he had the Screaming Eagle on his uniform. Let me.
So he was 101st.
I think Bragg, right?
No, that's Fort Campbell. They're not technically airborne anymore. They've been air mobile since Vietnam.
Yeah.
But it's still, they call it the 101st Airborne Division because that's what it is. But it's actually the 101st Air Mobile Division. They do air assault with helicopters.
Okay,
that's cheating. Helicopters are cheating.
He was a sergeant, and he was in Afghanistan, and so he's legit.
He's a team leader.
Yeah, he was a damn good actor, and he was in Plastic Apocalypse actually. But he was one of the.
Oh well, that loses all credibility with that.
Yeah, gone now.
You're not supporting the project anymore after that.
Well, we're done. I'm pulling all my support. Fuck it, everybody. The stream's done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get Kong back in here.
Yeah.
But no, it's funny actually. When we did Plastic Apocalypse, we actually, when recording the voices, we acted the scenes out physically in a soundstage.
Yeah.
We and recorded the dialogue, so it sounded like we were actually moving around. But anyway, so yeah, this guy, he actually was in the military. So, and there's another guy who is looking like I haven't cast him, like officially cast him yet, but it's looking like 98% chance that he will be, and he was also in the military. So there are veterans who are already going to be a part of this.
Yeah, exactly, and that helps a lot, especially if they've got the training as an actor and they've gone through the schooling and everything, and
the know-hows of how infantry actually do shit.
Right, yeah. And it's again because, like I said,
it hasn't changed in 100 years.
The uniform you wear, the equipment you have has changed. There was a thing, an anecdote. I think I sent you this, Devin, where they were a few years ago. The military conducted that thing where they were going to recreate the 1st Special Service Brigade.
Yeah, and I watched it. That was really interesting.
Yeah, and they took active duty military guys from the U.S. and Canada. Mm-hmm. A lot of them were combat vets,
like immediately.
Yeah, because they were like they were so used
70 years ago. This is the same training people went through 70 years ago.
Yeah, and it was accurate, and it was but you had active guys from Canada and the U.S. Some were combat vets, some were not, and you get guys that were like, I cannot fucking do this. Yeah. With this gear, I can't do this. Like, it's
to be fair, wool itches.
Right, but it's just, it's you get that, but like, so if you've got that and you're going back to World War II, they were still doing everything that, like, you know, you learn in the infantry today. A lot of that shit really hasn't changed. The fundamentals have not changed. The bounding, shoot, move, communicate, this and that, the basic ambushes and all that shit, all that stuff. It changed a little bit in Vietnam, but like the overall like basic infantry, no sleep, you're doing shit at night a lot. You're not really that well fed, even though those guys were, but like usually you get food, but it's never really enough for what you're doing.
Yeah.
Especially those guys that were in shape and like didn't have any fat on them just naturally. And then you're putting them, they're burning like 5,000 to 10,000 calories a day in training and in combat. And they're getting probably 3,000 or 4,000
max.
Tops. Yeah. Like, I mean, you're going to have a deficit there. And so that's why it's good to have people that, you know, like, cause he sounds like he was probably infantry. He was probably 11 Bravo or Charlie. He was a team leader. He gets it. He gets how it was, but he still has the acting ability, and he can learn about, well, here was the differences like back then, the hand signals, the way you carry your weapon, all that shit. The gears, all obviously a lot different. And just, you know, you can adapt to that though, and you can make it work.
Yeah, totally. Well, he told me when I was telling him about this, I said, look, man, I know you're trained in like all the modern stuff, but this is going to be, we're going to go like super, you know, authentic with how like you move and hold your weapon and stuff. And he said, dude, I'm a blank slate when it comes to that. I won't say anything. So
that's exactly, exactly.
Yeah, I was like, so awesome, dude. I love it. But going back to Brander,
yep.
It's interesting because Brander, this is the hardest casting part of this movie I've done, because not only is Brander German, which, by the way, all of the German characters in the movie are going to be played by actual authentic German, you know, actors. Not only is Brander German, but he's like old, and trying to find like an old guy to play him, an old German actor
who's willing to do all of that.
Yes, who's willing to do all that has been difficult. And I think right now I have 3 and lined up that I'm going to be meeting in June when I go to LA. And but
you sent me those headshots, and they'll all work. That's what I get. I don't envy you at all having to choose, because it's like either one of them or any one of those 3 would work.
Yeah, but it's difficult because there's one guy, there's one. Well, when I sent out the casting call, I actually did get a lot of, when you do this sort of thing, when you send out these casting calls, you get like a bazillion, if I can use that non-existing word, a bazillion entries, but like only, you know, 1/3 of that is like worth looking at. And so when I sent out this thing for Brander, it was like, okay, elderly. I don't know if you want to say elderly, like 50s,
middle-aged,
right? Yeah. Middle-aged, yeah, middle-aged, German, white male, obviously. So, but I'm looking at it, it's like you're too big, man. Like you just, and a lot of these guys, that's what the thing was with some of these actors. It was that either they're too rotund or they're too like buff, you know. And,
right.
That was a huge thing to where I narrowed it down to these 3 guys who have the correct physique, and then obviously the acting and the appearance and all that stuff. And I'm gonna meet with them. But another thing that's kind of difficult is that Brander, he's supposed to be like in his 50s, but because of his life, he looks much older.
He looks like he's in his 60s. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So
and his body language is probably going to be like, fuck, I wish this was over.
He just,
like, I wish I died in the last World War.
Exactly. I described him on my website as a relic dug up from the ashes of the previous war.
But he's still German, so he's an NCO in the German military, and they, for the most part, hey, I don't want to be here, I don't want to do this, but
national pride.
It's going to be done.
Absolutely.
You know,
he actually, that's the thing with the Brander character, is that he is totally doing his duty. You know, he's carrying out, he's going out, he's doing what he is supposed to do. But you can tell that like this guy he's not necessarily, I mean, in the movie, he's eventually gets to the end of his rope, but he is spent. You
He's
know,
being worn down pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, damn, you know. And this isn't just my invention, but in Murphy's book, this is where it comes from. He says that when they shot these guys, that their leader was this old man who I remember the quote exactly. He said, "He appears too old to be gadding about with a gun. His uniform fits like a sack, and his skin, his cheeks are sunk. And when they opened his coat, he said that his chest was sunken and bony." And he said that he was. He didn't say he was in his book. He didn't assume that he was a World War I veteran, but he said he was too old to be doing this, and that's when I made the connection that this guy could probably most very likely be a World War I veteran.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. And
he's been kicking around that long, probably more than likely.
Yeah, and that's again. I have that friend who both of his great grandfathers were in World War I, and his great grandfather that was an officer or whatever in World War I, at the end of the Second World War, which was because he was older and everything, the SS sent him a packet with a uniform and all that shit with his rank on it, and they said, "You need to report here on this day because we need you because you're a supply guy and we're running out of them. You need to come here and report on this day." And it was so towards the end, he was just like, no,
no, that's it.
But at the beginning of the war, they did that too with the younger World War I vets, which he would have been the more able-bodied ones. They would have said, "Yep, hey," or you know what? He could have volunteered and just been like, "Well, I don't want to get conscripted. I just want to get this over with, and just be done with it." You know. So there's a couple different options of like how he would have been put back into service. Volunteers, gets conscripted, who knows? Maybe they need NCOs, and then they're like, "Well, you were a private in the First World War, we'll give you an Unteroffizier rank, all this shit because you have experience," and then he gets promoted to Feldwebel and all that shit. And so it could have been anything, but yeah, there was a lot of those guys, especially in Italy, because they started like as soon as the Americans hit Sicily, they were like, "Fuck, we need to send a shitload of guys down to Italy because they're going to hit Italy next if they take Sicily."
Yeah, because the Italians are doing a shit job.
Well, but they were also, I mean, they were really ill-equipped.
Yeah,
big time. And
they were having a lot of internal problems, and in order to safeguard their southern flank, the Germans were like, "We should probably do something."
And they sent guys that were wounded, that were able-bodied. They're like, well, like with Autor's character, which we should go into next time. It's like he's wounded or just whatever, or the unit gets pulled off the line. Oh well, you're an NCO. We need you down in Italy because we're sending the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division down there to supplement who's already there. All that shit. It's like, well, okay, yeah, I'll go to Italy. I guess it's better than Russia.
Yeah, and when we get into his character, that's kind of his whole thing, is that at least it's not the Eastern Front, but and there's another character in there who's Polish, and he has his whole thing, but and that's again, this is all very accurate to the Italian campaign for the Germans,
as well as the fucking hodgepodge of uniforms and shit that was worn by the Germans in Italy.
Yeah, you get the new stuff, the mid-war stuff from North Africa that was left over.
Italian stuff.
Mm-hmm. Like the camouflage, the Italian camouflage they recycled into German uniforms and crap. Yeah.
Yeah, we really talked a lot about that, and that's when I first started this, because when I called, if I can probably talk about this, the guys that do I'm blanking on the name now, at the front. Because they're the ones who are talking to me about supplying me with uniforms and all that stuff. And I said, they said, what are the American things that you need? And I said, I can list that off easily. M41, and the M37 trousers, the M37 shirt, and the cartridge belt, and and all that stuff. And it was pretty it was pretty
cut and dry.
Yeah, absolutely. But I started to, and they were like, "What about the Germans?" And I'm like, it's going to be a bunch of weird Frankenstein.
I need 3 of everything.
Yeah, exactly. What I want to do is everything I researched with the 15th Panzer Grenadier Regiment. The majority of them would probably be in the tropical uniforms. And
the leftover North Africa stuff.
Right.
Yep.
So we talked a lot about that a lot of these guys like Brander, we talked about with Brander that he would probably be wearing the tropical uniform that's extremely sun bleached. And or maybe not necessarily extremely, but sun bleached enough to where you can tell it's warm.
Yeah.
And we also talked about, because it's kind of late year, that some of them might be wearing their gray coats over those uniforms.
Yep.
And we also talked about how some of the webbing is like, some of it are those tropical Y straps, some of it's leather. Some of the, it's the helmets have not all been painted that khaki color. It's very, very kind of random. And the same with the Polish character we talked about. Maybe he's the only one who has the
nice field gray uniform.
Yeah, he might be the only one who's wearing that. But we also talked about a number of these guys might be wearing that Italian those pants that were made from that Italian camouflage. Those were the M29s, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, and I got some of those specifically for that. But that's this is where Mike kind of really came in to help me with this, because I had a lot of stuff already written down for the Americans, and the guys at the front were like, "Yeah, we'll totally supply you with that." But then with the German stuff, I was like, that's going to be really up in there. When I talked to them on the phone, they were like, "Yeah, we don't have a lot of the tropical stuff." No, they're like, "Yeah, it's kind of in back order right now." And I'm like, okay. But talking to Mike, he was like, you know all kinds of links for helmets, because the only thing I know for helmets are repros. You're like, no, I know where I can get legit shit.
Yeah, you don't want to be using any repro helmets except for
right. Even the pretty basic helmet collectors, you can tell at a fairly good distance a repro from an actual one.
Yeah.
So
we talked about like Brander would probably, because when Brander first shows up, he's got his soft cover on. And then when they head out on patrol, he takes that off. He puts on his helmet, and at that point, then we talked about that would probably be like M35. But then the very young guys, and like the newcomers to the Klaus and Mueller, those characters, they would probably be wearing those M42s with that seam, unfolded seam around it.
Yep, the raw edge, and then we were talking about too, like one of them might have a decal, one of them might not, because they stopped that shit in early 43, the decals, but they still had it all. Like, you've seen the original. Well, no, actually, I'll have to find that. There's that image of like guys going through basic training in 1943, and they've got literally at their, like, when they're getting their uniforms and shit, it's a silent thing. They show that like they have stacks of M42s, all the different sizes, and some of them have the decal on it. Some of them are just the straight up Feldgrau, the Dunkelgrau at that point. And it's like, so whatever they got depending on the size and what they had from the factories.
Yeah. What were leftovers, the less common sizes probably would have had the decals on them.
Yep,
but the more common sizes that they were making more of would have obviously
like a 64 would probably be no decal.
Yeah.
Smaller or larger, probably.
But
it would still be like, it's realistic. It's realistic to have like the guys that have been there a while, maybe have a decal or maybe just not, because a lot of them took the decals off, like not necessarily the eagle with the swastika, but most of the tricolor decals were scratched off by the guys in the field.
It's a bright color. You got to get rid of it. So
and that's why I showed you my M35, Michael, and that's why it's so uncommon, because my M35 was painted over in like early I forgot when it was refurbed. It was painted over, and then that paint wore off, and the decal, the tricolor, still came through. And so it's like it's insane that that happened. But, it's so fucking up in the air, especially late 43, and then when you get to 44 in Normandy, it's different. But these guys in Italy that had been there a while. They'd been in the military a while, and then the new guys were just like everyone else. So it's like the older guys could have an M35 or an M40 or what the fuck ever, whatever they acquired. And the new guys would have more of the like standard issue equipment, and it would look a little bit newer. And
that's kind of why I came up with that whole thing. That I wanted the character, Brander's second in command, Arthur, to have just that makeshift burlap helmet cover.
Yep.
It's just like something that he was able to get.
Yeah, exactly.
Not official.
Something he probably would have had experience with from World War I. That was incredibly common.
Well, no, Altor is the guy that was on the Eastern Front.
Oh, yeah. I was talking about Brander.
Brander is the World War is the old man. They call him the guys in the squad call him the old man, and Arthur is his second in command. He's a Unteroffizier.
Which is basically like a sergeant or
right.
We don't have an equivalent, but it's roughly a sergeant. So
right, Brander is an Unterfeldwebel. Those are really, these details, like basically what we're saying is not only is this a really important story that we want to tell that can be very unique to the war genre and be very, groundbreaking, but also these little details like this are just as important. And also like the more money, the more we'll be able to do it. And Mike, I was talking to you the other day about it, is that if we get enough money for this and we're able to pull it off, I want to get you actually on the set as an advisor.
No, that's not what we talked about. You said I'd be cast as Audie Murphy.
I mean, I do strictly remember a discussion about that. So,
that would be fantastic, and it'd also be like a nerdgasm.
That's right.
Yeah.
Seeing this
shit.
Be a
part of something great.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of my point, because I actually already do have a number of advisors lined up for this.
Right, which is what puts you ahead of a lot of these places too. They usually get one advisor.
Yeah, it's like, how can you only
have a lot of people? Some people will notice something, other people won't.
Yep, and
absolutely.
The more you have, the better, because it's just, and it's not like a bigger dick contest with anybody. Like when you get people that are advising on things, it's like, well, we all have a common goal is to get this right.
Right. So because I have one guy he's American, I have another guy who's German, and I have another guy who's also American who works at the front. He's like one of the lead guys there, and the goal is to fly all those guys out to be on the set as advisors. And if I could get you in there with the mix, basically you guys would be a team and you would all together work together. And then when we're on the set, be kind of hovering over everything. And then also with myself as well, if I'm giving a direction or something like that, and you say, hey, it would be better if it was it would be more accurate if it was done this way. You guys can step in and give that.
Yeah. And that's why this is, oh God, getting fired up again. Good shit. No, it's really why it's gonna be fucking awesome. It's gonna be, I think, I'm really optimistic that we can actually break through that next wall on this, because it's just not been good for a long time.
Right. What happens if it's so good that they're now turn it into a 3-hour movie?
They won't. In the future, maybe.
Yeah, in the future, they're make a 3-hour movie.
Maybe you could remake To Hell and Back and do it by the book.
Well, if I can divulge some things to you, my goal actually, and I came up with this idea while I was in film school. I wanted to, because everyone kind of knows that Audie Murphy played himself in the 1955 adaptation of To Hell and Back. Where he basically kind of relived all of these events. But it's a movie from 1955. Need I say more? Yep. And what I would want to do in terms of a movie about Audie Murphy is a movie or a miniseries, maybe a 3-episode miniseries about Audie Murphy making the movie To Hell and Back in 1955, intercut showing how they made it, intercut with actual flashbacks to the war, and the way that the war is depicted in these flashbacks is the really raw shit, and it's really faithful and raw, and it's basically the movie is basically about how Hollywood propagandized the war, for the American audience, to tell them this was a good thing that we did and you should be happy about it.
That
buy
is
war bonds. We need them.
Yeah, buy war bonds. That is a fucking crusade that I've been on for a while.
Yeah.
I am 100% for that idea.
Well, you know, if this movie is successful enough, like, and it can really get my foot in the door, and it can be something groundbreaking, and get me to where I can start actually, you know, like making legit movies in Hollywood, or just, you know, more bigger stuff like this, I eventually want to make that. That's one of my goals in life. That's like a big passion project of mine. So this movie Reveille was kind of the seed to plant the tree, if you will, to where I wanted to start off with this as something that I can do. It's hard work, obviously, raising this money, but it is something that I can do.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, this short film to show that I am capable of something much larger.
And show that we as the military history population are more capable.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the thing, is like, because you're a fucking nerd. You're a nerd like all of us, like Devin and like me and like a lot of the viewers. You're a nerd, but you also want it to be done right.
Yes, and you know, I'm so glad that I was able, because when I started watching your videos, I was like, dude, this guy gets it. I mean, you know, I was I'll you know, kiss your ass a little bit when it comes to that, but
I'm wide open.
Cheeks wide open. But I was like, this guy gets it. And when I started talking to you on Facebook, I was like, I really hope that he understands that I, like, as an artist, you know, because I consider myself an artist. As an artist, I get it too. And with movies, like, I wanted to, with this movie Reveille, I want to bring guys like you onto it. I just saw someone in the chat say that, what they say? A lot of studies will show that they bring advisors onto movies, but they don't listen to them. I'm not like that, you know.
I obviously know.
Yeah, and in starting this movie, there is a lot of stuff just from when I started that I totally didn't know. And, you know, I've contacted other people, and I've contacted you, and just from contacting with you, you know, talking to you about it, it's like, it's a fucking journey learning all this stuff, and it's great, and it's stuff that needs to be done for artistic reasons. And people say all the time, like, you know, oh, it's just a movie, it doesn't matter. It's like, no, it does matter.
It does matter.
Well, and here's the thing too, is for once Michael Mitchell isn't saying ridiculously off the wall dumb shit. How about a better movie about Alvin York?
Yeah, Alvin York.
Yeah.
Which, remember, I that group I was telling you about, and I told you I'm going to get you sucked into World War I after this project's.
You did, yep.
Yeah, World War I.
That kind of shit. Because that guy that runs the group is probably a couple years younger than us, but that guy has dedicated his entire life to this subject.
Wow.
And so he is obsessed with this story, and he's actually debunking a lot of misnomers based on the propaganda. He's going out there, and you should just go check out that group, like some of the posts he's made. They recovered bullets, and they're like, well, this is a left-hand spin on it. Or no, I'm sorry, a right-hand spin on it. So this came from a Smith & Wesson model 1917, and there was only one person that had it during that engagement, and it was this guy who was not Alvin York, and blah, blah, blah. And
I love that stuff.
Yes, and so, and that if the film was fucking ridiculous. He was using a 1903. They did not have 1903s. The 82nd Division was made up of.
Yeah, but that's why half the boomers have 1903s. Is because Alvin York had one.
Because Gary Cooper had it in the movie.
Exactly. And so, yeah, I mean, in the future, you could be the next Spielberg without the Hollywood behind you.
That's right. That's the goal, man.
You get a couple of awards to put on the shelf, but build a shelf to have on behind your pictures there.
my drawings.
Yeah.
I don't think you would show up to those fucking awards, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
I would either. If I was in your position, I'd be like, yeah, I'll just keep trying to do right and do what I like.
I donate my Oscar to some kind of charity or something. But
yeah, exactly.
You should donate it to a film school that just says learn how to film better.
Be better. I'll be right back. Give me
better.
Minutes, I'll be back.
All you gotta do. Just send him a note that just says do better.
Do better, period.
Yeah.
That's that's kind of the goal. I do want to, like I said, I went to film school for 4 years, and that's what I've always wanted to do since I was a kid. And I've made tons of movies as kids with my G.I. Joes, which I have a bunch up there. And you know, I've been it's just something that I love, and I do think though, because I think you've mentioned it with a few war movies that you've mentioned on here, that like, and I've thought about it so much, that the war movie genre is such in this like slump.
It is. Well, people want superheroes and happy endings and easy to digest material.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's and that's what I say a lot about a lot of newer war movies. You know, like I want that controversial, like hard to digest shit.
That's what a war is, and and a lot of people just do it wrong. And like I said, for you, I don't have the money to go to film school. I grew up horrendously poor or anything, but like I was an actor. Like I was a theater kid. I was in theater all the time as an actor, and so I get it. Like how you need to portray emotions differently, and you need to do all this stuff, and people need to be able to understand there's more going on than just what they're seeing.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. But it's a lot of stuff that's also, it's like, it's unsaid, you see it in their faces and in their body language and all that stuff. Just curious though, like Mike, were you in the military?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I figured. I was not myself. I went to film school, but
well, I was in the Canadian military, which is hardly a military.
I was just going to say that. Thank you for saying that, so I didn't have to.
There's like 50 guys there, and the melee weapon's a hockey stick, and so yeah. But
well, we were just talking about how the war movie genre is like such in this slump, and I don't want to completely point out the boomers, but it's like the older generation who seem to be the only people who make these war movies anymore in Hollywood. They seem to be the only people really who do it, and they don't really have anything new to say about it.
No, and it's the same, like it's like a Hallmark Channel Christmas movie.
Yeah.
You know what it's gonna be.
Like I was saying, it's got to be very easy to digest, or the Americans don't want it. So
I think we're in the age though where you could start making film, because I think Hollywood in general has just not been good as a whole, like for many years. Like
no, you got to watch more European TV. I've been telling people all the time.
That's your solution.
Yeah, watch more European TV because it's better.
Well, no, we were better for many fucking years. We can be better again.
Yeah, we can be again, but right now.
But I think there was just a
out of Hollywood that has any interest.
Here's the thing: is like what I think happened. Like this is an overview. Correct me if I'm wrong on my observations. It seems like the boomers, which I've studied because it's very fascinating. I'm a student of the boomer. They had Hollywood for a long time because it was a good source of income. Blah blah blah. There's like a lot of good films I think that came out from that whole time period, right? And even until about the early to mid 2000s, I think the same with music, but that's again a different story. And what I think happened with like Gen X people, because they were the kids of the older boomers, they were always so pissed off and angry, and they just didn't want to go towards the main. They didn't want to conform to the mainstream. Like, I'm going to do my own thing, which they did with all these indie films and like fucking this and that, and these like locally produced and crowdsourced things before the internet. It's like, okay, well, I'm trying to put this together and whatever, but I'm still going to write the same cheesy, shitty storylines that I saw growing up watching fucking The Dirty Dozen and all this shit.
Yeah.
Hogan's Heroes.
So it's going to be all the same. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. But I'm going to do all the same shitty writing and less special effects and more cheese, and I'm going to expect to make it bigger than my boomer parents did, or their generation did. Well, okay, now fast forward, the younger boomers start coming in, Steven Spielberg, shit like that, and it's like, okay, well, they start making good they start getting into the war movie genre, and Saving Private Ryan like restarted that. It was like bam, because you had Oliver Stone, who I did not mind Platoon.
Okay.
I thought Platoon was okay.
I don't have any real opinion on Platoon. It didn't do anything for me.
Platoon's kind of an eh.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say I've talked to a lot of Vietnam vets that were like they were either infantry or combat arms, and they had a similar experience. They said, out of all of the films, that gets the closest, and I was like, okay.
Well, yeah, because Oliver Stone literally got Vietnam vets to advise that, and he listened to them.
He was a Vietnam veteran himself.
He was first Cav. He was in a lot of nasty shit in Vietnam. He was like not in a good spot there, and that Platoon was his. Honest to God, like the movie is long and it seems like it's over a longer period of time. That was his experience in his first 2 weeks in Vietnam.
Yeah,
that was what that was based on. His first 2 weeks in Vietnam was what Platoon, like the Berenger and Defoe, those were guys that he saw. Like the whole like killing Berenger at the end. Yeah, well. That's Hollywood.
That's Hollywood. Yep.
But he said no. He modeled everybody in that film after people that he was with in his platoon or his company.
Yeah,
that he saw.
Yeah, I believe that to a degree. Oliver Stone has bent the truth with his historical films. And,
no, I totally. That's why I say all of his other shit is like this guy's. He's a fucking boomer. Like he's he's the quintessential boomer. But out of all the Vietnam War films that I've seen, like the mainstream ones, that was okay. Like it wasn't. I mean, obviously you had the dumb shit, the fucking feuds, the unrealistic. Like maybe it happened, maybe somebody killed their squad leader because of all that kind of shit. Who knows? But you know, it's still like it's pushing the boundaries of like what is normal. But as far as like just the banter. And the hanging out and the boredom and the it's hot as fuck. I'm carrying 1 million pounds of shit on my back. I just got here. I'm not in shape. I'm not tan.
Yeah,
you know all that stuff and like it was okay. Like it wasn't the worst I've seen. The rest of the Vietnam War films that I've seen, Casualties of War with Sean Penn. Oh my god, that was fucking terrible. It was. Hamburger Hill, very fucking Hollywood. Even though that was a true story, it was like, I mean, Jesus Christ. Fuck it.
The 1980s had a boom of Vietnam War movies.
Weird.
Yeah.
It was there. It was them really coming to terms, I guess, with the war and shit. But when Apocalypse Now kind of set that whole thing off. But I think my favorite, I don't know, some people like this movie, some people really hate this movie. This is another Oliver Stone movie. I think my favorite Vietnam movie about the Vietnam War is Born on the 4th of July. Have you seen that?
I have not seen it all the way through. I've watched parts of it here and there, just in passing. I like the fact that it talks about the coming back aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
And it talks about like these guys were just fucking lost.
Yeah, the loss of humanity that people don't portray enough.
Well, and some people came back. They're like,
just fine, yeah.
Man, I'm gonna go to college. I'm gonna use the GI Bill. I'm gonna go work.
Make boomer war movies.
Right, exactly.
That's what I loved about it, is that the combat part is very small and it's mostly about trying to figure out what to do after you have gone through it all.
Yeah, and that from what I've seen of it, I don't want to quote the whole, I haven't seen the whole movie, but from what I've seen, it was again okay. Like it wasn't like blow me out of my fucking socks, but it offered a different perspective that was not popular at that time, by the way. Those were the Reagan years. And everybody was fucking, hardcore, the military. We fucking won Vietnam. They just say we lost. The commies are fucking. It's like, well, no. Like, let's,
the only people that won the Vietnam War were the Swedish, who supported the North Vietnamese.
Yeah. But
yeah, they did. They literally gave them tons of money, medical aid. They even sent advisors over there to teach people proper medical techniques to rebandage their soldiers and stuff. A lot of people don't know that, as well as openly embargoing and ridiculing the United States in both the United Nations and a bunch of other different stuff, to the point where the U.S. was like, "We'll go to war with you, Sweden, if you don't knock the shit off."
Well, that's the coolest topic for a different stream. I actually did not know that.
Didn't know that Sweden won the Vietnam War by supporting the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese.
Well, no, they didn't win the war single-handedly. Trust me. But
there were also a number of Russian advisors in Vietnam for the
a lot of them.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
That's something that a lot of people don't know. But someone asked, going back to war movies, someone asked on here, thoughts on Apocalypse Now. I like Apocalypse Now, but I like it how I like Saving Private Ryan. It's a fantasy, but it's very well done.
Yeah,
it's
a Hollywood movie.
Yes,
it's a lot of the lines, a lot of the writing's cheesy, as I view a lot of war movies. However, like when you look at the bigger picture, like we were talking about Silence of the Lambs, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's just psychological. Like the movie itself, there's nothing. I mean, well, nowadays it's nothing, but like back then, most of it's just talking, and it's dialogue. It's a mind fuck, and it makes you think. And it's like it's a psychological thriller. That's how I view Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a psychological thriller that shows again the degradation of humanity, and this guy is fucking off in the middle of the jungle. They're sending people to find him. They do the USO thing. They bang those chicks, and they have fun. But it's just like the psychological aspect of it is more so than the actual. I can forgive a lot of the inaccuracies if it's driving a bigger point. Yeah. If it's driving a bigger point home, you can do that. Same Private Ryan. It was a war movie. It was about Normandy, and it's like, well, there's no real bigger picture here. If you look at it, there's no real bigger picture here. And they're like, it doesn't make you think. It's just like, wow, that was fucked up.
Yeah, yeah. It goes from one scenario to the other, and ultimately ends on a big bombastic action scene.
And then a really cheesy last line that got a lot of people to cry.
Easy tears, man. Easy tears.
Yeah, for sure.
But see that this is the difference though with what those good Hollywood war movies and in terms of a movie that is a true story. Those movies are obviously not true stories. A movie like Reveille is definitely a true story that a lot of people don't even know.
Right. And
so because it's true, then it demands this attention and this respect of a level of accuracy.
So you would technically have to say based on a true story, right? Because of the fact that you don't know the German perspective, right?
Unfortunately, yes. And it's interesting. I've the hill where this happened in Italy. It's in between San Pietro and Viggiano. It's called Hill 193 on Bigot Maps. I've seen pictures where people who battlefield researchers, they scale it and stuff, and there actually is a headstone for a German soldier up there. It's not. If I remember right, I don't think it was marked. No, it was. But the photo was really fuzzy. I couldn't see the name on the headstone. And I told the person who took the picture, "Can you please, do you have more photos of this?" And
they enhance this, yeah.
They were like,
"You just remember by any chance what it said?" Yeah.
Right. They were like 60 years old, and they were like, "I don't know." And they're like, "I don't think I can. I'd have to go looking through my photos."
Turns out it's just a hiker who died.
Yeah.
And you're basing a whole character off of a hiker who died in the 70s.
Some German hiker.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were. But you could tell it was a legit it had the Iron Cross on it. It didn't. I don't think it had a swastika on it, but it was it had that Iron Cross on it, and it had some lettering on it. But it was so grainy I couldn't see, and I was like, that could possibly be one of those guys that was killed there, and be buried there. And I was like, please, can you find that name or something? Because then if I find the name, I have archive
something
people
to go off of. Yeah,
go look and see if they can find this guy's history. And then we can get even more accurate, because then it can be, but though with the German perspective, the only thing that I have to go on is what's in his book. And that is that German squad led by an old man, and the old man was shot along with two others. and one of the three that was shot was very, very young. And so I took that and I created the German characters. Now, I did research to find out what unit these guys would have been from, based on the location, and it was the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division. So that part is accurate. But
wait a second. Let's back up for a second.
Okay.
If you can, okay, you know exactly what hill they were at and what day that happened.
November 12th.
Yeah, we should try to talk to somebody in Germany that has access to the Bundesarchives and
if they can find anything about that day and that place.
And figure out their
Germans
name.
keep a lot of good records. That's kind of what fucked them. So, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
I've unearthed a ton of shit based on, like, you know, stuff that's not even on the internet. You know.
15.
And
yeah, that should be our mission between now and casting. Is I'll go do some digging probably tomorrow.
Okay.
And see if I can find any sources that, because I don't know why this didn't click sooner, but like there are people out there that have access to the Bundesarchives that they'll find.
Would have some information on that,
dude. If they can find World War I archives and like figure out exactly whatever, they can do World War II, or they know somebody who does know. As long as you know that it was the 15th Panzer Grenadier Division, you can figure out the casualty list or the MIA list for that specific day or like around those days, and figure out, okay, so these, and then you can also look at US POW records that may or may not exist, but you know what I mean? Like you can look at those and like
the guys they didn't shoot, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
oh,
there were survivors.
shit.
Yeah, there were survivors.
You could figure this out.
Yeah,
Sounds like you could find out exactly who these people are. Granted, those records were not burned, and a bunch of other shit, you know, because Russia kind of did some stuff.
Yeah,
but Alexi's from Austria, and he speaks a fucked up version of German that I don't get, but he also can understand Hochdeutsch, so like we can make that work. Yeah, so we should start. I'm glad we had this conversation because like it just clicked with me. Like we can actually find out who the Germans were if we try hard enough, I think.
Okay, I would love that. Honestly, like
that would be fucking amazing.
Yeah, there's no there is no and it's funny, like this would mean nothing to the layman, but like this is what like I live and breathe for, is uncovering the shit and being, you know.
And also you could find if they're not interested, but you could find the descendants of these people, like their nieces, nephews.
They might have some cool information on them, yeah.
Well, and it's funny because like a couple of the American characters, because obviously those are well documented, you know. Their names are different in the book, but I was unable to uncover all their names. The American guys, Martin Kelly, I know his son. He's the guy who's the airborne guy plays in the movie. My airborne veteran guy plays in the movie. Yeah. I know his son through Facebook, and he's like provided me a bunch of stuff to add to this, and he's, you know, been in contact with my actor, and two other guys I've contacted their family too. So like if I could somehow bring if I could be in contact with these people's families, it would be like this bizarre, it wouldn't be only a movie, but like this bizarre document of this real life thing, and bring kind of closure to it almost.
Because a couple of them were taken as POWs, so you would assume that they survived the war and like went on. Maybe they got killed in the car crash in '48, or maybe they lived until 2010. You know?
Yeah, you never know.
Still alive, you know. But like they have family members, because the guys that were taken prisoner. That would be a good source too, because they were alive. They were there when that happened.
Yeah, if you can find anything about the people that were alive after that ambush, maybe one of them is alive. If there was a really young guy there, he could give you the exact play-by-play.
That would be.
I just created a fucking challenge for myself.
I got some goosebumps after hearing that.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like that's. I just realized this. I'm like, we can figure out not exactly, but like we can figure out relatively what happened that day.
Absolutely. If we could do that, like that could be like monumental.
Okay. I have to figure out. Okay, so I know a few sources. I'll just start the branching out. I'll put out feelers.
Okay.
I don't know if one of them usually watches, but he's not tonight. We'll go out there to the Buddhist archives, and then I will talk to another guy that will have a way to figure out POW records.
Okay.
Send me in a Facebook message. Send me the exact details. The exact unit, by the way. I know I forgot what unit Audie was in. Like it was B Company of fucking. I forgot what brigade or regiment.
15th Regiment, 3rd Division.
Yeah, 15th Regiment, Bravo Company or B Company, Baker Company at that point. 3rd Division. So he was in the 15th. Yep. And it was funny because he was actually when he got his Medal of Honor when he did that thing. That was actually the 764th Tank Destroyer Battalion. The tank he went up on.
Yeah.
Because they were like, oh, it's a 3rd Infantry Division tank, and it's like that's not how it worked. No.
No.
And it was so okay. Really quick question about that. I got to calm down from this adrenaline rush that I just got from this nerdgasm of like we can actually put more to the story, which is going to be fucking cool. So was he on a fucking Sherman or was he on like an M10?
He was on an M10 tank destroyer.
Okay, thank you.
People get confused about that because in the movie To Hell and Back they used an M4 Sherman.
Yes. And yeah, so it's like, okay, he was on an M10, which is a fucking explosive box to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And so yeah, he went on the M10 because it's a very open, like the 50 cal was on the top. He jumped up. And but yeah, it was a 764th Tank Destroyer Battalion, which is why they had the M10s. I don't know, they didn't have M36s at that point, I don't think, but it was the M10s. And so yep, and so that's what he actually earned his Medal of Honor on, not an M4.
Right. Yeah, that's a common misconception.
No, and that's the thing is like I question that shit from about. Well, actually, no. That squad that I was telling you about that was SF, and he was also 3rd ID to begin with when he joined the Army. Yeah. He was like, yeah, he wasn't on a Sherman when he did that, and I'm like, really? And I was like, 19, and then I was like, really? And I looked at it, and I'm like, oh shit, you're right.
Yeah, he well, I have a rare photo actually of the tank destroyer that he was the M10 that he was on.
Did they put it in a museum or something?
What's that?
Did they put it in a museum or something?
No, it was taken like on the. It's all black and shit. It's not.
That's what I mean. That's what I was asking. Yeah. I was like, it was pretty fucking burned up. Like it blew up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it doesn't look pretty.
It blew up while it started cooking off while he was gunning on that 50 cal.
Yeah, and that's one thing.
Cooking off.
Yeah, that's one thing that he said that in his accounts of that day was that the only thing that was good was that his feet were warm for like they hadn't been warm forever.
As the engine's like burning underneath him, he's like, at least my feet are warm and my
spoken like a true fucking infantryman. That's it. Yeah, spoken like a true fucking infantryman. Like, yeah, it was. But also, I think the reason that it didn't kill him is because it was an M10 with the open top. It
had room for all that pressure to go rather than just blowing the tank apart. Yeah,
exactly. Because it would have been a Sherman, it would have probably. He would have been able to be on the gun as long as he was. We'll put it that way.
Right.
Like it would have been a little bit shorter time period that he was on there. So
yeah, I'm sending you right now that photo of the M10. I sent it to you through Facebook. It's the top photo.
Oh yeah, that thing's fucked.
Toast.
That thing is fucked.
I think that was taken like the day afterwards or something.
Yeah, and that oh my god.
Sounds to me like somebody needs to get a piece of that tank and sell it on eBay, a fake piece of that tank and sell it on eBay for like $1 billion.
The just recently the what's it called not Greenville, it's the other place in Texas. One of the places where Murphy lived in Texas. And Holtzvere, where that happened, just recently did this like link to where they did this ceremony together to celebrate Murphy. And one of the guys there who I know claim. Well, actually, I don't know him. I know people who know him. Let's put it that way. He donated to the Audie Murphy Museum, the American Cotton Museum and Audie Murphy Museum. He donated a piece of the M10 that he said that was there, and I was like, how do you know that's the M10? And everyone who I asked, they were just like, because he said it was. I'm like,
oh,
no.
Like, well, how do you know? And they're like, because he said, hey, everyone, this is a piece of the M10 that Murphy was sitting on. And all of the 60-year-olds, oh, you know.
Turns out it's like a piece of scrap iron they found on the side.
Probably all it is.
Yeah.
It's a piece of like a 105 that just, cut just right when it exploded. That looks like a piece of a tank.
Yeah. And because people, I was talking to, my friends who are part of the Murphy, fandom, and they're like, yeah, he presented. I'm like, how do they know? How did you? And they're like, I don't know. I don't know how they know. I'm like, well, how did they authenticate?
They have like a picture of a guy holding this exact piece that isn't blurry enough to like.
That's the thing is like, and you know this, Mike and Devin, you know this. That M10, that was the last time it was intact. That photograph was the last time.
Yeah,
because they were like.
They would have hauled it off and scrapped the shit out of that to make more stuff. Yeah,
exactly. It's like
in like 2 days, that tank would have been gone.
Yeah. And the 50 cal would have been flatlined because it was exposed to heat. Everything like, okay, it sucks, but like that's reality. Like he didn't go up there like, this is where I'm gonna earn the congressional, or not earn, but like I'm gonna be awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. Or no, it's not the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's a fucking fallacy. I'm gonna be awarded the Medal of Honor if I go up on this 50 cal and just sit up here, and then I'm gonna tell them to keep this tank here. No,
not at all. Well, and that's another thing. Like, so the a lot of people, fans of Audie Murphy, will boast about that, and they're saying, he was holding off tanks with a machine gun on a burning tank. Yeah, it's like, no, he wasn't. He was calling.
Tanks aren't afraid of machine guns.
What's that?
Tanks aren't afraid of machine guns.
No, yeah. Well, it's funny because I read a book. The Panzer unit that was attacking the area. They weren't German tanks. They were Jagd Panthers. They were tank destroyers. And and they said that in the reports that they gave that day, they said they retreated because of artillery. They never even mentioned a machine gun. So,
no, he was holding off the Panzer Grenadiers or the infantry, whoever was there. He was just like getting them to get the fuck back while his guys got the fuck out of Dodge and their wounded was carried back.
Yeah.
And he's like, but here's the thing is that happened way more than what he did. Let's be honest. Like, that kind of shit happened.
Stories like that happen all the time. Yeah. So
all over. And he was a dude, again, he's a great infantryman, great leader. He was going, wow, this is the situation. You guys move, get the fuck out of Dodge, even though they didn't swear that much, and he didn't swear, and get out of Dodge. I'm going to go up here on this 50 that's randomly here, and it's a burning tank. I'll go up there. I will lay down fire while you guys move. And it probably didn't take as long as it even did in the film, right?
No,
it probably. Go ahead. I don't know. It's like, because I mean, boxes of 50 caliber ammunition. There's only 100 of them. And they don't last long. Yep, like he just said.
Yeah. He just described it. Well, he describes it in his book, and I've heard him describe it in interviews. He was mostly sitting there calling in artillery is what he was doing for the duration, most of the duration of it. And he jumped on the machine gun very briefly. It was not
only like, when he realized they were getting way too close for the artillery to hit him.
Right. Yeah. But even after that, it's like he said that. I remember he said that after it happened, he wasn't even sure if like they won at all. He said that all I cared about. He said he didn't even run. He said, I walked back into the woods. He said, if they want to shoot me, let them. I'm too tired to care.
That's a guy.
Right. Yeah.
That's a long fucking day. That's a long day. And that's the thing is like, so here's the thing is like, another perspective is everybody, the Americans were so afraid of the MG-42, whatever. Well, the Germans were afraid of the M2.
Oh yeah. Fucking big thing.
Because they didn't have anything that big.
Yeah.
Nothing.
50 cal.
And so he goes up there, lights off a box of, ammo, whatever was left. 100 rounds goes by really fucking quick.
Right.
But it's enough because it's so fucking loud. Like the M2 is, Oh, it's so loud.
It's a very loud gun.
Oh my god! And it's like you hear those rounds skipping past you, and you're like, okay, let's go the other way. Fuck this. Like, let's get behind the tanks. Let's get behind the tank destroyers. Let's get behind some kind of cover. And so that's, I mean, he bought a couple minutes, you know.
Absolutely. I mean, it might have seemed longer, but yeah, I doubt it was anything long. It was definitely not as long as what's depicted in the movie. Right,
and he got wounded at that point, right? From what did he get wounded by?
He didn't get wounded there. He got wounded. He got wounded like a day before that. No. He got wounded before that by getting shot through the hip by a rifle.
Then it started bothering him. That's what they were trying to portray in the movie.
Yeah,
they made it look like because they had the tank cook off or some shit go off. And okay, that's interesting.
He didn't get shot there. He got wounded before that. He got shot through the hip, and they kind of combined those two events in the movie.
Oh, well, you got to tell it in an easy to digest 2 hours.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how pissed off he was and how frustrated he was doing that film?
That's why going back to my point about doing that movie, about Murphy making the movie, that's why I want to do it, because, like, how do you deal with that? I mean, doing like a 1950s watered down retelling of these horrible things that you went through.
Right.
Gotta fuck with you. So
yeah, it's like, yeah, it's fucking insane. But no, it's really cool. And that was in Holtzwihr?
Holtzwihr.
Yeah, southern Germany, right?
Like on the border of France and Germany.
Yeah, but like the southern part, right?
Yeah.
And so that was Jesus, yeah. So the Jagdpanthers, those are fucking beasts.
Yeah.
They're big boys. I also have a few pictures of the abandoned ones that the unit that was attacking at Holtzwihr that they left there behind. And they're not destroyed; they're just abandoned.
Yeah. Because you're fucked. Like,
right?
It's just So finally, Michael Mitchell delivers in his trolley. He's a fucking troll now. It's confirmed. He's not actually this dumb. So he's also not trolling in this comment, but like that whole aspect of it. I think we should close with that.
Well, I mean, Mike, a broken clock's right twice a day. So I mean,
right. So, but no, he's saying this because I think he knows it's fucking bloviated and just not entirely true.
Okay, are you talking about the PTSD thing?
Yep, in the opioid addiction. Yep.
Yeah, he took pain. He was taking pain pills for I think it was for his wound actually that he received during the war. And he started to develop a bit of an addiction for it, and he recognized that, and he kicked it before it could get any worse. Some people have said that he was an alcoholic, a drug addict. It's not true.
Yeah.
He never drank, actually. He was never a drinker, and he never smoked. He didn't even smoke cigarettes. But he did suffer from PTSD, like a lot of people do who go through those things. But he did not become an addict because of it.
Right, and he wasn't from what I've understood and read about like the non-mainstream shit is, from what I understand, and I can relate to this a bit, his post-traumatic stress, I don't call it a disorder. I dropped the D. That's a personal thing. I just call it post-traumatic stress. Like, I don't think it's a disorder. You go through that much shit and it doesn't affect you.
It's kind of expected. It's not something that just happens. Yeah.
But with that being expected, I think because the propaganda machine, and he was a celebrity, he was a fucking, the most decorated soldier of World War II and all this stuff.
Well, they definitely took his story and ran with it. Yeah.
But I think personally that his post-traumatic stress was exacerbated
because of that phase.
They always expected, like,
minded.
Yeah.
And it's like they expected him to just, oh yeah, you're doing all this, and he probably was uncomfortable talking about it because it's like, well, it's not glorious like you're trying to make it out to be. It's not glorious. War is just dumb. Like,
well, you know, every single time he left his house or went to go do something after the war, somebody was like, "Hey, look, it's, you know, Audie Murphy."
That's the thing. I always, when I talk about Audie Murphy, you know, I would say Audie Murphy, you know, one of the most popular veterans of World War II. But everyone, like, if you were a part of any kind of Murphy fandom, it is always every time it is Audie Murphy, comma, the most decorated soldier of World War II.
That's why I was saying that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't ever usually say that because, I mean, if you want to get into it, like, I don't think that medals and such really mean anything. Kind of like we were talking about the Academy Awards, you know. And I said I would just donate, and that's what Murphy eventually. It's in one of the books about him. It's he eventually just gave his medals to like children. He didn't even keep, you know, and that's why like his medals today aren't in a museum.
Because he gave them all away. He's like, these are just useless pieces of metal.
Yeah, they don't mean anything to him. And if you could, I mean, you could probably even say they're reminders of all those horrible things. But
and getting awarded for doing horrible, going through horrible things. It's like, that's why it's see people, and that's in general. It's not just with him; it's with everybody. And that's in the Pacific. We were talking about that whole series, which we won't get into. But like John Basilone, right?
Yeah.
He literally, like, these people, even modern days, Kyle Carpenter, fucking Clint Romachet, all these guys that have got the Medal of Honor who are still living now. When you're in a situation like that, that is the last goddamn thing on your mind.
Oh yeah.
Like, you're just like, oh shit, I'm doing my job. I know what to do. I've gotta just do this. Like, it is what it is. It's a bad situation. Let's do it. Let's just, you know, and then
try to make it through this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's us versus them, and I'm gonna win, and my guys are gonna be safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like and that's on the German side too. Like, that's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, every infantryman is the same. Everybody that's in combat, not necessarily just infantrymen, but like everybody who's in combat, it's the same. It's like, okay, here's what we're doing. We've got to do it. Get it done. And a lot of times when you've got that much adrenaline, and you know, you've got situations where you're like, wow, I did not plan for this. How the fuck am I going to make it through this? Okay, I'm just going to adapt.
Yeah.
And people do that all the time. And then after the fact, it's like, because here's the thing. Little fun fact for you, Michael. What is the only U.S. medal that is earned?
That is earned. Maybe the Purple Heart.
Dude, you never been in the military, and you actually got that on the first try. No, seriously. The rest of them, it's all other people writing statements and then recommending you, and it's leadership usually recommending you for an award.
Yeah.
It's not earned. It's bestowed. It's awarded.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's what my thought was. Like, okay, yeah, the Purple Heart, that's something that actually happens to you, you know.
And you earn that. Like, you get hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just like the wound badge, the German wound badge. It's like, you get hit, it's documented, you go to a hospital, there you go.
Yep.
And it's like, the rest of all the, like, the Bronze Star, the Silver Star, the Distinguished Service Cross, the Medal of Honor, well, that all takes other people doing paperwork, copious amounts of paperwork.
Yeah, yep. Absolutely.
And not to mention witnesses and
also people can deny it or downgrade the award, which happens today more than ever.
There's a lot of times people are downgrading or challenging awards or.
And so, like, yeah, it's funny because you get somebody like Audie Murphy was, in my opinion, it's not taking away from anything he did. He was a really good infantryman, a good leader, just a natural, like, he was good at it. He did his job. He knew what had to be done. He had experience, and he used that. And like, okay, we're gonna get through this. We got to get through this. You know, we have to get through this.
Yeah.
And you know, obviously, he did some insane shit, but like, so many people in any war do that same kind of shit. And he was obviously recognized, and then, you know, eventually get to a point like in Enemy at the Gates, which don't want to even get into the review. But the whole like the one scene that I did like was the propaganda where he goes in and he's getting the hero of the Soviet Union medal from Stalin, and it's like it's so propagandistic, and it doesn't just happen in the Soviet Union. It happened here many times.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. It's like, well, we can make a case to benefit our cause, I guess, to people that aren't directly involved. We're just going to take this person like Audie Murphy or John Basilone or fucking, Kyle Carpenter, or, Clint Romish. Anybody that's done some wicked shit that they have paperwork done to get them these awards. Well, higher ups see that because they have to see that. And they go, oh, well, we can use this. We can use this person's experience and their misfortune for our personal gain for the greater good.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's in doing this movie about Murphy, doing Reveille, and then what I told you guys earlier about the movie about him making To Hell and Back. I've heard a lot of people who have, are Audie Murphy fans, and I tell them about this, and they say, oh, you're making a movie about how Audie Murphy, what a true hero he was. And it's like, that's not the note that I'm hitting with this. It's not about that. It's a story. It's
not a hero.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can say he's a hero, whatever. That's kind of an objective.
Well, he wasn't actually made into a hero until literally the media got a hold of him. Before that, he's a guy doing a job like everyone else.
Absolutely, yeah. And basically, it's to what I want to do with his story is basically show the media side of things, if that makes sense. And
it does make sense. Yep.
Yeah, and with like the battle of the Holtzvir encounter where he was with the 50 caliber machine gun in the either movie or miniseries that I talked about him doing that, when it would show that event, because it would show them making the scene into Hell and Back on the M4 prop that's on fire, and taking shot out in the middle of summer, and showing them film that. And then contrast that with the actual thing. I wouldn't want it to be I wouldn't want it to be ostentatious and like groundbreaking, if that makes sense. I would want it to be like, this is just another day at the office, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, it absolutely does. And because I think that's also a big part of transitioning to the next phase of entertainment, as far as war film genre is concerned, is kind of exposing how fucked it's been for so long.
Oh yeah.
And it's like people are not making films about war to portray what happened, versus a couple examples like The Great Escape, that was really well researched, like insanely.
Yeah.
And that's one of my favorite war films of all time.
I love that one since I was a kid.
Oh, me too. And it's like, but when you get older and you realize, oh shit, they did so much fucking research, the details, because they got people that were from the actual Stalag that they were held at in Poland, saying, yeah, this is how it was laid out. This is what they did. This is, we got transferred because of this, and this, and they changed the names and everything. But like, there was minimal Hollywood shit in there. And I really appreciate that. It was also very long, but it also showed like, when what the hell is his name? The Scottish guy.
You're not talking about Bartlett, the main guy.
No, the Scottish guy that lost his shit. They were in the cooler together.
Oh,
Ives.
Yeah, who tried to jump the fence.
Yeah, but you realize at that point you're like, this guy has had it.
Yeah,
he's done. Check it out.
Check out what?
No, the guy. That's what he was doing. He's checking out.
Yeah, and he was like, and he said that earlier, like when they were saying like we're gonna be like a mole, and we're just gonna, and he's like,
he said he was wire happy.
Yep, and that's a term, and like you could just tell because everybody else is celebrating. It wasn't really Hollywood. It was just he separated himself from the rest of the guys, and he was done.
Yeah.
At that point, And it was like, so, but The Great Escape, that's the kind of shit that's an exception, I think, in my opinion. Right? I think that because.
No, I completely understand. I know what you mean. And the way they did the prison stuff was great in that. The Great Escape, though, all of the characters in it are kind of fictional, like versions of real people.
Yep. Yep.
Which is fine. And it's still a great movie. Although I would love it if they did like another version of The Great Escape, which is even more historically accurate. I would like that because
you can do it. Don't tell anybody. Don't give ideas.
If I can, I will. But one thing that the movie doesn't show is that a lot of that happened right in the middle of winter, and they actually were keeping ice to get to the dirt.
Yeah, and that's and they couldn't do that because of their filming, like where they were filming and shit, which I get.
Yeah,
but it's still like that was one of those that were like really early during that whole era of like the Hell is for Heroes, that kind of shit, which is also one of my like childhood favorites. Hell is for Heroes with Steve McQueen.
Yeah,
and what's his name, the Hiya Fellows guy? What the hell? He was in Big Bang Theory. They loved him. He stutters when he talks. Who the fuck was that?
I don't know.
You would know the name if I fucking could remember it. But anyway, so that kind of whole like era. There's a couple that slipped through that were really good, but like for the most part, it's just been like really propagandistic and
Absolutely.
Just it's very romanticized. Like the word is great, and so I think maybe we can all work as nerds and.
I like nerd stuff.
Yeah.
Make it better.
But like I say, to really do this, and like the ultimate goal would be, and working with you is to get, Devin, if you want to as well, if we can make it, if you guys want to actually like come out and be on the set as advisors, like that would be the shit. But we need like a shitload of money to pull it off.
Money's expensive.
Yeah. Yep.
But
the thing too is like, I'll try and offset your costs as much as possible with the gear and anything I can provide, and other people should too. But yeah, money, you can't really give a fucking M1924 first aid bandage, a Carlisle bandage to your filmographer and say, hey, here's payment.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's not going to happen.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'd be pretty happy with that.
Well, you also didn't spend years of your life and hundreds of thousands of dollars on equipment.
No, I didn't
to get that good,
I mean, I do have a lot of expensive shit lying around. I am kind of
right. Well, same.
Kind of a nerd about this. So
if I sold everything off, we could fund plus this video.
I was gonna say, if I sold everything, it's like we got a lot of damn money laying around.
Hey, if you guys are willing to make sacrifices.
I'm willing to make sacrifices. Just I like
how
this
much?
Shit too much. Yeah.
No, I know.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Yeah, but like, no, and that's the thing is like, that super chat again. That was fantastic. I'll donate that to Michael's cause because, again, I don't peddle shit. That's why. Oh, here's the thing for all my viewers, past, present, possibly future. If you're watching this, you notice I don't have corporate sponsorships, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because most of the shit, I'm like, I don't want to be a shill for something that I don't 100% believe in.
I'm the same way. I've had offers before.
Same. And I'm like, I respectfully decline, I'm like, well, it doesn't, I had Olight. I told them, I'm like, I don't want to take a sponsorship, but like they sent me some shit, some, pistol lights. Yeah. And I'm like, well, I'll make a video on it, reviewing it. And I'll be honest, like if it sucks, I'm going to say it sucks. And that's different, I guess. But like a lot of these, a lot of main like channels, especially gun tubers, my God. Yeah. I'm going to spend 10 minutes plugging this company and this company that gives me kickbacks. Well, it's like, well, I don't 100% believe in all of them.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to plug.
If you had to have a sponsor, who would you want as a sponsor?
Michael Akkkkkerman.
Michael Akkkkkerman?
Yep.
Well, that means a lot, man.
But no, it's
this video is brought to you by War Thunder.
Yeah.
Fucking Raid Shadow Legend. Never played it, but it's a great fucking game, guys.
Yeah. I wanted it to be like, I talked about it before on one of my streams. Like, I want it to be Amazon prune juice because I drink Amazon prune juice. I'm like, that's a product I stand behind. I want it to be nothing relevant to what I'm doing at all. Just like an 80-year-old man with my mustache been like, have you guys tried having a bowel movement today?
Well, if you drink this much sugar without the fiber, you're going to have to drink a lot of water to have a bowel movement.
That's right.
Gotta get that fiber to work the old shit pipe.
That's right.
Yep.
Colon cancer's on the rise. Make sure you clean yourself out.
Yeah, it's I'm impervious to colon cancer now, just so you know.
Fair. That's fair. Without a colon, it's hard to get colon cancer. So.
Yeah, it's, I got 8 inches of rusty shit pipe cut out, and everything's been good since.
Fair. Well, next time, Mike, you'll just have to invest in that good zinc-plated stuff.
Zinc-plated what?
Pipe.
Oh, the shit pipe, yes. Yeah, for sure. Zinc-plated, yeah, it makes everything slide the fuck out. It's amazing. Yeah, so, all right, you clowns that are watching, who I appreciate, you're good people, but you're also watching my stream on a Friday fucking night when you should be out, mingling and, banging strange. Life, yeah. Yep. Slinging fucking strange. You should be doing that, but yeah, I mean, you guys, the link in the description is to Michael's site, and if we get enough money, he's going to cast me as Audie Murphy, so let's just keep going with that.
There's going to be like a short credit thing where Mike is Audie Murphy for like a scene. Like a blooper reel where it's just like
I'm the stunt man for all the stunts that are in this short film.
Stunt man, yeah.
And it's like, yeah, everybody, he looks really small to the rest of the people for most of the film, and then all of a sudden my giant fucking ass and my belly's hanging out.
Yeah, I want like the belly, the buttons ready to burst with like the little space between.
I look like a fucking garbage bag full of Vaseline, but hey, I'm Audie Murphy.
Accept it, man. He's Superman.
Yeah.
he got rations that day. He blew up. But yeah, so you people should, I already have, and that's why I'm saying this, you should go there, even if it's $1 or $2 is the minimum. I know it's rough, but $2, every bit helps, and this is going to be freaking awesome, and this is going to be a long-term thing. Once this happens, like it's not going to be if it's a long-term thing, it's going to be a long-term thing.
Yeah. Is there like a thing if people donate a certain amount? That was a question.
Well, I have on the Indiegogo right now. I have a number of perks. If you there's a number of things that if you donate a certain amount of money, you get a perk. There's some of the perks are concept art. Some of the perks are props from the movie. Some of the perks are even costumes and such from the movie, depending on how much you donate. So and some of the smallest ones are like thank yous in the credits and such like that. But there's a couple of cool perks on there. So if you go to the Indiegogo, which is also linked on the site, then you can see all those perks.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got a lot of different options. Everybody can find, you get your name in the credits without breaking your bank account and all that shit. And I was gonna be a donor to get a German uniform, but I mean, let's be honest. That's not going to fit.
One of the best perks on there, and we advertise this on the site too, and you can just email me about this if you don't want to do the Indiegogo thing, is the copy of the movie on DVD for $40. And that's a big one. And this is because like when this is finished, it's going to be submitted to film festivals and such, so it might not be seen online for a while. So when it gets complete, those people that do the $40 donation for the DVD, they'll get it right away.
Mm.
Yep. Yeah. That's a great perk, and I actually have that in what I donated. So, and it's going to be really fucking cool. And again, this is we're starting a grassroots movement, and we're crowdfunding an amazing piece of history. And when I was a Navy SEAL, we could only dream of something being portrayed accurately of us. And when I was governor of Minnesota,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesse Ventura would not be behind that. The Carcano comes from Italy.
I took him to court. That's what you do in these situations.
And I'm not suing his family. It's the insurance company. I'm suing the estate. Which is valid. Like, it's fucking, like, he's not a bad... Like, well, Chris Kyle said
he didn't do anything wrong, and he won.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, obviously, the court decided he was right. But
I took him into the room.
Chris Kyle talked shit that wasn't true.
Yeah.
And he fucking... But Jesse's the bad guy. That's how you know. If somebody is portrayed as the bad guy immediately, you're like, well... You know, at least me, I'm like, well, is he really? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But no, he hates the troops. Well, he was a fucking SEAL, and he worked his ass off his entire life. Still is. Really? He's the bad guy? Oh. But no, I still fucking, I'll always quote him. And Jesse, if you're watching, which I always say in these things, which he's not, you came and spoke at my school in 7th grade, and you were wearing a Canadian tuxedo with no fucking security, no entourage. You drove there yourself, and I appreciate that. It was cool. Nice. So, while you were the governor of Minnesota.
While he was the governor of Minnesota. He was hanging out in Wisconsin. He should have been tried when he came back across the border.
Yep. Oh, fuck yeah. But
did he say that Nam made Cambodia look like Kansas?
No, he did say that. Oh yeah, you haven't heard this. So there was some, I think it was a chick that was in front of me, and again, we're in 7th grade, so we're like 11, 12. Some of them were 13 because they were fucking dumb. We're sitting in the gym, right, on the bleachers, and he's like, "All right, I'll open it up for questions now," and he's a big dude. He's like 6 foot, 2 or 3. Yeah. But he's built. This is a big dude. And so they're asking him some dumb shit. And then all of a sudden this chick's like, "Will you sign my arm?" And he's like, "All right, I'm going to make this very clear, and I'm only going to say this once. I don't sign whatever the fuck it was, and I do not sign skin." And he said it like that.
Skin.
Skin. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And then, so, like, this chick was completely, like, fucking, you know, just completely shot down and like, oh, okay.
So embarrassed.
But, like,
you couldn't think of anything else for him to sign?
Right. And he's like, "I'll sign a piece of paper or whatever, but I don't sign skin." I think it's probably from his, like, days being in the WWE, and he, like, signed tits too much, and he was like, "I'm done. I'm not doing this bullshit anymore. I'm the body."
Well, it probably looks kind of weird too, because he's giant, and if he's like trying to like handle this little, like, signing a little girl, obviously would be.
Well, he would have been Me Too'd like 3 years ago if that would have happened.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, he knew ahead of time what was coming down the pipeline.
That's because he's smart.
Yep, but no, he came, but then he had lunch with us. He ate the shitty subsidized fucking Wisconsin school lunch with us. I don't remember what the fuck we had. And then in my yearbook, he's sitting next to a friend that I used to have in school. He's sitting next to him, and he's like literally saying his name as he's in this picture. He's turned to my friend, like, saying his name, and my friend's looking at the camera, like, at the lunch table.
Yeah, that's fun, man.
Oh, my friend was annoying as shit, so that's probably why he was saying his name. But anyway, yeah, it's there. He came, and I mean, he was just real, and he wasn't any different than he has been on TV or anything. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
like
just how he is.
Right. And it's like, at least I know where you're coming from. At least I know who you are. Like, that's why I respect the guy. I don't agree with everything he says, but you shouldn't agree with everything everybody says.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You know, and his delivery sometimes is not how I would go about it, but hey, it's him. It's not me.
Yeah.
But
someone asked in the chat here, the man Dan asked, "If I donate to the film, can I get my name in the credits?" And the answer is yes.
Bam.
Yeah. So yes, you can. The man Dan.
We gotta offset Michael's fucking name in the credits. So yeah, donate. Get your name in there. We don't want to just see. We just don't want to see, like, fucking, you know. We're going through.
Yeah, like we don't want it to be 80 minutes of credits afterwards. You know?
It'll be like the 90s, like, series, like TV series quick credits where it's like just rapid fire, and all you see is the same shit. It's like, oh wait, we'll pause that. It was a different name. Oh. Yep.
I also just realized something. We literally have Mike A and Mike B.
My friend made that point the other last. I was telling him about it, and he was like, "You're Mike A, and he's Mike B," and I said, "Yeah," and I'm like 5 days older than him. He's like, "Of course you're Mike B. You're Mike A."
Yes.
Yeah, that's been a great stream, everybody. We're gonna leave now. I mean, we're talking like fucking conspiracy level 10,000 here.
Yeah,
right.
We're over 9,000. We're at 10,000.
Coincidence? Probably.
There needs to be a Mike C now.
Yeah, where's Mike C?
We should not go that route. We should just leave this here because it's just going to get more ridiculous and more absurd.
Well, the point is, visit the website and donate to the goddamn film if your heart.
Thank you, an honest guy that's shilling for money. Yeah, donate to the goddamn film, you fucking plebes. I'm just kidding. You guys are all really cool.
Yeah.
But like, but let's be honest. You guys are all plebes like I am. I just carry a scythe. You guys don't even have the money to afford one.
No.
So. But yeah, it's in the description. I think, what the fuck? I just opened up another tab and like I gotta change my channel up. It's so fucking dated and it auto plays like my Vietnam camouflage test.
Oh.
Jesus.
That's your channel preview?
No, that's the returning, I guess, or maybe.
Okay.
But it also has Brent 0331's video about his Vietnam shit too. Thoughts on vodka and Tang?
Yes.
No, I don't. I've never drank. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
if the man Dan, if you really want an answer to that, his website is an actual link.
Yes. He can interpret it any way he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The website is an actual link. Like, oh, it's not. Is it?
I can click on it.
Yeah, it might just be your shit. Just copy and fucking paste it into your browser.
Yeah, it'll work. Figure it out.
Yeah, it's for me.
Oh well, my website. Well, Mike's Militaria. Like, just Google it if it's not an actual link. If you want to talk about this, I have to take a piss first, and I'll tell you some funny stories about vodka and Tang, and Sunny Delight actually, and some concoctions that I've encountered at various gatherings that were social in nature. Yeah, just give me 5 minutes to go piss and all that. And Mike, if you want to stick around, that's fine. If you got places to be, I get that. But if you want to hear some funny fucking dumb stories from back in the day, you're welcome.
Yeah, good reasons as to not drink.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a break for a minute.
All right, well, I'll take a 5-minute breather.
Cool.
Take a piss,
right,
Devin.
I'll hold down the fort, I guess.
Thanks.
Take the fucking piss, Devin.
I don't need to pee though.
Yeah, you need to pee though. You know how snobby you sounded right there? You know,
normal? Like
this is what I'm talking about. I'm just kidding. All right.
Yeah, like exactly like I always do. All right. Papa Devin time. All right, boys and girls. All you cool cats and kittens out there. I put my Finnish helmet too far away. It's going to turn myself into more Finnish. I wasn't sure what canteen I wanted to drink out of today because I have 2 Finnish canteens. But hello. Bonjour. How goes it? Everyone's day going quite well. Mustache is coming along if you can't tell. No, I can just hold my bladder. It's an acquired skill. Got to practice at it. Holding your bladder. Oh, French Canadian. Oh, it's almost like the rest of Canada doesn't also speak French. I love when people just assume that if you're Canadian and you speak French, you're French Canadian. So I got spring cleaning to do tomorrow. That's why I got all those guns hanging out there. I got a lot of spring cleaning to do tomorrow. Those are on the docket list to clean. Oh, and we is spelled O-U-I, by the way. It's just pronounced OI. Yes. And the best thing ever, the best French word ever, is a pamplemousse, which is a grapefruit. I don't like Quebec. But yeah. OI, which means yes, is spelled O-U-I. So, and it's not actually pronounced we. It's you pronounce like O-we, but you spell it you just say it really quickly. So. I don't have a cat. I have a fake houseplant, which if you right there is Harold. He's named after Harold the tree from Fallout, and he's my fake houseplant. He sits right there in that corner. That is Harold. And then other stuff that I have, you can see I got some boots under the table there. There's my kitchen table where I eat most of my meals and do all my gun work and stuff. There's my A10 shell, the 30mm tungsten core armor piercing shell. My big sewing machine, big heavy duty sewing machine for when I do sewing stuff. And then the rifles behind me, I got the Werndl on the far left that you can see. Then there's the M39 and then the M95. And it's spring cleaning tomorrow. Yeah, the cat is kind of a lend-lease type thing. I have this cat because I am one of the 3 people in the entire world the cat actually likes. So I'm probably that person, the person that cat likes the most. It's just how that works. So by default, I kind of was like, I guess, which I have to go watch him tomorrow. Well, I'm very interested in the 6.8 because I hate 5.56. 5.56 is terrible. 6.8 is literally going to be 7.62 NATO, just neck down to 6.8.
There's Devin K, the DJ that holds
That's
it down.
Me. That's right. I was holding it down.
My internet's been good today.
I was going to tell you that at the beginning.
All day too, even when I was shipping shit earlier and posting
now
new stuff that I've got. No, I didn't. It was weird because I uploaded 2 videos last night. I released one today. I'll release one tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw it. Who's gonna win that thing?
Whoever wins it.
Darn it!
If you win it, I'm gonna have to choose somebody else because
I'm not running. I'm not running in it, so I figured that would be pretty bad. So I'm not running in it.
Yeah, it'd be pretty bad.
Besides, I already have a Carcano, the best Carcano, the 41 Carcano.
Same here, sitting there.
Yeah, the best Carcano.
I think so. I think that did not have the gain twist, right?
No, that one's just regular rifling.
Yep. It's like a carbine but longer with the rifling, and then the
carbine sights. 2 inches shorter, than the long rifle, and it's got the carbine sights, the lower profile carbine sights.
Well, because you're not going to be shooting past 1,000 fucking meters anyway.
You go to the 2,000 meter sight. Yeah.
Right, and if you do, you have a scope at that point.
Pretty much. Or you're just hoping and praying.
I'm not running either. I'm too fat and lazy. Well, I need to get back. I need to go for a run tomorrow morning. That's what I need to do because I ran this week and it felt shitty.
I went for one after work when you said the stream was going to be delayed, and I'm doing much better already. I'm shaving a lot of time off. So
yeah, I should say this. We were going to do Fudbusters, and Devin and I were going to do a shitting on the prices people are paying, but it was Rock Island auction. And I expected it to move a lot faster because it usually kind of does. But today it was so fucking slow. And Matt had to leave and go somewhere. And I was just like, you know what?
We could have just done it while he's driving. I've seen it happen before.
Yeah, but we also didn't have lots picked out, which is the really fun part. You know, because it was like, yeah, it was just whatever. It was unorganized. That's my bad. It's not like his fault. It's just.
So, do you have any ideas of what the next one's going to be?
Nope, and I'm not going to tell anybody, except you. I'll tell you on.
But I want to know.
I'll tell you on private messaging, but like not on here. But yeah.
I like.
What is my concealed carry weapon? I haven't concealed carry. I don't go out much, but like around here,
it's
if
the
I
Ruby.
go. Yeah.
Because that thing could also be used as a hammer.
No, my CCW, I should make an updated video. Like I made one a couple years ago, and it hasn't changed. If I were to carry around here, which is there's not a lot of violent crime around here at all, and it's
no, he doesn't live where I live, where all the violent crime is.
Right. So. Well, you live in a bigger town.
Some guy literally robbed a bank not too long ago.
Right.
Days ago. So you know.
So my concealed carry for the summertime when I'm wearing less clothing, even though I'm a big dude, so I can hide more metal, is my concealed carry in the summer is a CZ82, locked and loaded, hammer drop down because it's got the safety bar and everything, with Hornady critical defense, and 12 rounds in the magazine, 1 round in the chamber for a total of 13. That's my summer concealed carry. My winter one is going to be my Jericho 941P. The Israeli one. It's bigger. It's just a little bit heavier than the CZ82 because it's like polymer, but with the magazine it's actually heavier and it's bigger. But I can hide it under a jacket just fine. I also carry inner waistband, so that's my if I do carry. Those are my concealed carries, and both of those the reason I chose those is because the CZ82 is small and everything, and I have other small weapons. I'm extremely proficient with that firearm. It's so smooth to me. It's so like you shot mine. You shot one of mine, Devin.
Yeah, it's very muscle memory. It's very easy to use.
It's so like it's just point and shoot, and there's no recoil. I mean, there is recoil, but like it's minimal. It's smooth. Yeah. It's accurate as fuck. Where you point is where you're gonna hit. And so that's cool. And then the Jericho 941P.
This is a really great handgun overall.
That's the pistol that I'm the best and I feel the most comfortable with. I've shot it in competitions and done really well. And not saying none of my other handguns are great.
Wait, yeah, you're not concealed carrying your 1911? How dare you? Consider yourself an American?
Dude, I do not like the 1911 I bought.
No, the 1911 is a horrible gun. I've been trying to tell people for years. It's terrible.
And I have an actual 1911 that was updated, but not to the 1911A1.
No, yours is literally a 1911.
Yeah, that was re-arsenaled, but like that the hammer bite I get from it, it's fucking. It's
not a pleasant gun to shoot in any just carry in any regard. It's pretty.
It's
terrible.
Fucking heavy, but like I did need one, and I appreciate the YouTube viewers that were saying you have to get one, and I'm like, well, I don't have to do whatever the fuck you tell me to do, like shit. But I'm like, yeah, I do need one, and so I did get one, and I do appreciate having it in the collection.
Yeah.
Like I really do, because it's a cool piece of history. But I don't shoot it that often.
Yeah, it's not a fun gun to shoot. I get it.
So,
do you want to hear what my concealed carry is? I got a 10mm spanner and a box cutter.
Nice.
That's what I have. The 10mm spanners for fixing the roller tracks in the warehouse because they keep adjusting all the time. So I just have one. And then the box cutters for opening boxes. But I'll tell you what, I can huck a mean 10mm spanner. So
you can also hijack a fucking plane and crash into a building.
That's right. I have a box cutter.
Yep.
So that'll do it.
For the YouTubers or the YouTube people that are going to be viewing this, it was a joke. Haha. They use box cutters on 9/11.
Too late. You've already been reported.
Yeah. Whatever.
Stream's going to be taken down now.
God, but
did Mike Aim fall in? Do we got to call the Coast Guard? Is he okay?
He's fine. The Glock 21. Yeah, I have a Glock 21 short frame that you've seen in a lot of my videos. That's my second choice, I guess, for a 45. Actually, I'm really good with my fucking Smith & Wesson M&P 45. Like, I'd
say that's the most desirable out of all of those. So
well, no, the Glock 21's really the Glock 21 short frame is what I have because my hands, although they're big, I like smaller frames and grips on handguns.
Well,
which
that's
is
the
weird.
same problem I have. I have tiny hands, so like a lot of guns just are not comfortable for me to just shoot. So.
Yeah, no, and I get that. I totally get that. And it's just like, but you'd think that I have big hands, like I can handle bigger grips. It's like the regular Glock 21, that grip is too long. Like that's the problem I have with the CZ52. It's skinny, but it's long, and it's just
because the cartridge is so long that it needs to have.
Well, no, the Tokarev does not have that. So it's just the way that they designed it. The grip was unnecessarily long, in my opinion, and just awkward. But I can still hit shit. Obviously, like we were out there with and like he was fucking
better than all of us. Yeah,
what a sandbagging piece of shit.
Yeah, I know, right?
What a sandbagging.
We go into it like he's not gonna shoot. He hunkers down like this is a '90s like cop movie.
But I was like, I don't judge people. I'm like, okay, he does his little stance, and I'm like, wow, he's hitting the fucking bullseye
over and over. Yeah,
I'm like, well then, shit. But with the rifle, he admitted he's like, I have never shot a rifle before.
Yeah,
which is very different than a shotgun or a pistol.
Yeah, we fixed him pretty good on that though.
But he didn't have anxiety about it. Like, welcome back, Mike. But he didn't have anxiety about like it was great. He was shooting the VZ24, and now I have a VZ52 with ammo. So maybe this summer, we
got to get him to try another one.
Yeah, another because like he's a really smart dude, and he likes. It's not like his forte, but like, he likes history of he knows about history, and he knows. And appreciates the Czech ingenuity and the the history and all that shit. And so it'd be great to have him. He started on the VZ24, which is I think one of the, if not the best Mauser carbine variants.
Pretty much.
I would put that above like the 98 action. I'm talking.
Yeah.
98 action carbines. I would put that actually personally above the K98.
Well, yeah, I like the VZ24 better than the K98. So
that's what I mean. Like, I think it handles better. It's machined.
Yeah, so the straight bolt handle, the economy features, the actual wood stock.
Right, and it's like, yeah, that's why the Romanians bought them. That's why the Chinese bought them. That's why they were exported so much.
That's why the Yugos bought them. That's why
Yeah,
everyone bought them. South America bought tons of them.
Well, they bought the 7mm, but yeah, same action. Which, dude, can you imagine a VZ24 with a 7mm round?
Yeah, Brazil bought a bunch of them. It's like a dream gun. They bought like 10,000 of them. And here's the thing: they get passed off all the time as just a regular VZ24.
Oh, and you got one? Yeah.
No, I don't have one actually. But I'd be like,
one of the people I talked to got one.
Huh?
One of the people I talked to, like, they thought they were buying a VZ24, like an 8mm, like a Romanian one or a Czech one.
Yeah, you go to chamber an 8mm and it won't go. Yeah.
Who the fuck was that?
I don't know.
Somebody I talked to.
They only ever made it's literally just a VZ24, but in 7mm.
Yeah, I know.
And I'd be like, that's like a dream gun to get right there.
There's no chance that even if you have a super hot round that's loaded like double capacity, that fucking 98 action is going to absorb that, and you're going to be good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, only 1903 Springfields and 1917s blow up.
I'm sorry to say, I've never shot a Mauser before. Mauser,
we gotta fix that.
Well, you were saying that you want to fly me out to LA to do this shit.
Yeah,
we should fly you out to Wisconsin.
We should fly you out here and teach you how to shoot.
I'd love it, man. I'd love it. I'd
put you behind everything in your movie. Then you know what it's going to be like to shoot the stuff because you'll have experience with it. Then you'll know what it feels like, what it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I have like I said, I have an M1 Garand, and I have a civilian version of the AR-15 SP1, and no, I've held a number of like those old-fashioned guns from especially World War I and World War II, but I've never shot one. Like I've never shot a BAR. I've never shot a Thompson. I've never shot a number of them, but I've shot the M1 Garand a million times. So
I got to shoot a Sten. That was pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
A Mark II. Yep.
Is it really like does it feel like it's gonna fall apart in your hands when you're shooting?
No, it's a solid fucking piece.
Really,
it's simple and ridiculously flimsy as it may seem to people. That thing, like, you pull the trigger, if your magazine's okay and your ammo's okay, it's a fucking submachine gun. Like, bam, fire and bursts, bam, hit your target, bam, next one. And it's like, it's so fucking controllable because it doesn't recoil.
The three parts they actually had to make good, they did make good, which is the receiver, the barrel, and the bolt. Everything else is kind of fucked on it, but those 3 parts, the parts that matter, are they work and they're nice.
Right, and but yeah, I haven't. A lot of the older full autos I haven't shot. The Sten is the only one besides like the shit when I was in the military. That's the only full auto that I've shot, not in the military, and it was so fucking fun and it's so controllable. But like I didn't realize, like, because when I was in the military, like the full auto shit that I shot was belt fed, so it's like it takes a while to run out of ammo, usually. And when I'm shooting the Sten,
and they're empty. Yeah.
Right. So. When I'm doing the Sten, I'm like holding it, and I'm like, I'm doing like I have a technique which I've talked about before, but I have a technique, and I'm sitting there, I'm hitting the target. I got like 4 good bursts, and all of a sudden, bam, the thing slams forward, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I look at the mag's empty, and I'm like, oh shit. Like that does not last long. Like that.
No, you gotta be really wise with your shots. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. And like it's a 32 round magazine, and it's like I do 5 to 7 round bursts, like you should when you're doing full auto, because it's like in the movies. That's another thing that pisses me off in the movies. Is like they're always going cyclic, and they're just fucking hammering down. It's like, well, your barrel's gonna overheat, first of all.
Yeah.
Second of all, like after your first couple shots, like you're not gonna be on target. You're just whatever. And there are times to do cyclic when you're trying to hold guys down. But like even when you're talking about Audie Murphy, I wasn't there. I don't know. He probably doesn't know this, but like he probably wasn't just holding the fucking butterfly down.
No.
Bursts, He
was probably doing like 5 round bursts or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because that's how you train to shoot full autos. It's like even the BAR. It's like you're in an ambush. Sure, you might dump half your magazine in the initial burst just to inflict as much damage as possible. That's the same thing today. Like to initiate an ambush with U.S. infantry tactics, you use a SAW or a 240, most likely a SAW, and you go cyclic for like 4 or 5 seconds,
just so that everybody gets down. They stop moving. They get to the spots where you have them. That's where they're going to be the rest of the fight.
Yep. And as that's happening, your riflemen are picking off targets as they're dropping and reacting.
Right.
And that's exactly the fucking same. Different weapons, of course, but like it's exactly the same as World War II, where you initiate contact, you want to have fire superiority. That's the American doctrine. Fire superiority. And then your riflemen are picking them off. And then, but it doesn't last long with an ambush because, like you said, and that most movies don't get, the Germans are not just going to like kneel down or just, no, they drop to the ground.
Yeah.
Yep. They're dropping.
Crap, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. It's funny. When I was at film school, the guy who I was telling you about who was in the Airborne, the actor guy, he actually, that's how I met him, he went to film school with me. That's how I met him.
Ooh,
and
nice.
Yeah. And so he graduated with my class. But when I first met him, he was, I was in the library at our school, and this guy who I knew, he had made this movie that was, it was basically a ripoff of Lone Survivor. It was very, very much like that. And, but in his movie, because he was in the library, and like, oh yeah, you're doing that thing. I didn't really have any interest in it. But he's like, I'm meeting with an advisor to talk to him right now about what he saw. For some reason, he didn't seek him out for the movie. He like made the movie and then showed it to this guy. So the guy was like, is this realistic? And Joe, that's the actor's name, Joe. Joe watched it and he was like, dude, because it's modern, warfare stuff. He was like, dude, we never fire full auto with our our AR.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, yeah. Oh fuck. Even on bursts, like So I was in for 4.5 years, right? I fired burst one time on a range in Texas before we were going to Iraq because it was like fucking 10 p.m., which is like we're doing night qualification, which is like if you hit one target, you're good. You're good to go. And there were people who were pogues that were attached to us who were literally doing like the single fire trying to hit every target. And the guy in the tower was my team leader, and he goes, "The enemy is engaging you. Open up on them." And so we just went brrr, another magazine, brrr, burn up the ammo, because like live ammo to turn it back in the military is like not an easy thing. Like you have to do a round
paperwork. It's easier to just shoot it all than it is to bring it back.
But the live rounds you have to do a round count, and it's like okay. And so we were like all the infantry guys like online, you could tell like we got it. And we were like click click burst, and we just kept doing it. We had to pull the trigger multiple times, and we just went full auto. Bam, and that was it. Yeah. The entire fucking time I was in. The entire fucking time I was in.
That was the only time
you really weren't shooting semi-automatic.
Yep, and you could shoot semi-auto pretty fast, and that's also like whatever. But anyway, so yeah, I get that. And even when I was a 240 gunner, it's like, okay, we have a target, engage, 5 to 7 round bursts until it's down.
Yep.
And if you're doing defilade fire, where you're trying to like fucking keep them down, like they're behind cover, but you're trying to keep them down, 3 to 5 round bursts. It's because you don't want to burn through your ammo and heat up your barrel and risk a malfunction.
And also have to reload because those belt feds do not reload as quick as.
Nope. That's been consistent since the First World War when they realized, like, when I say that,
you want to reload at a time that you can predict to be the most opportune, when you have more guys able to cover you and stuff like that. To make up for the fact that the weapon is down,
that whole like what we call sustained rate of fire that happened in World War I with the show, the CSRG, because. You can go just full auto with that thing and just walk and fucking shoot the whole thing.
Yeah, it has like a 300 round a minute fire rate.
Well, yeah, but like it heats up, you burn ammo, it's inaccurate. So they figured out that firing in bursts as you're walking is a lot more effective. Because like with the water or the water cooled machine guns, you could sit there and fucking do cyclic, just bam, left and right. But when you get to air cooled,
they had no recoil on their mounts though, and they would just set the machine guns to be like hard in place, knowing exactly the height to shoot because they've watched people walk along there before.
Right. But when you get to air cooled machine guns, you have to worry about the barrel heating up. So with the 1919 and the M2, you have to consider that. And like if you go cyclic, you can maybe dump a belt, and then it's not going to be as accurate. And then you're gonna have to change the fucking barrel, and it's just not gonna be good.
Yeah, even with the show shot, which shot so slow and had such a short magazine of like 20 rounds.
Yeah,
it would overheat to the point where the barrel would freeze inside the barrel jacket because it would heat up so much and expand.
Well, an 8mm Lebel is a big fucking round.
Yeah,
and so that's where they kind of got the concept. So anyway, fast forwarding to World War II and Korea and thereon, if you're firing a full auto machine gun cyclic, there's something wrong. Like you're either being like
you're guys either about to die.
That's what I mean.
They're on top of you. Yeah,
that's what I mean. And both of those, like if you're firing cyclic, that means they're like 10 yards in front of you in mass,
and you can't miss basically. Yeah,
and it's like you just have to fucking do that. And that's the thing in movies, like Michael was saying, is when you go full auto from like World War II on, there better be a good fucking reason.
It's the end of the world, basically.
And I'm sorry. Yep.
No, you're good. I was just saying that, like, obviously you guys were both in the military. I was not in the military, but I was hired by the military.
Pussy. Fucking, you didn't serve your fucking country when the time arrived.
You're not the first person to say that to me.
Oh, really? It doesn't surprise me. doesn't surprise me, but like, Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, no, I've had when I've like criticized certain stuff or like certain people for saying inaccurate stuff, I've had people give me shit, and their only argument is,
you were never in, you know?
Yeah, that's it's like we're talking about World War II.
I get that all the time just because I say I'm Canadian, and I'm like, oh, that's right, because our shit is so different from the American stuff.
Absolutely, but I was never in the military, but I did do work for the military. I was hired by them to film, to shoot video of their combat training, and I did that for.
So you're the reason why the Taliban knows exactly how everybody does everything. I see how it is. That sounds like, you know, traitorism right there.
I guess I should leave now. I'll slowly sneak out. No, but yeah. So I was hired to do for the Army training and stuff like that, and I was on a number of combat training and like live fire like range stuff.
Yeah.
And I never saw anyone like just hold down the trigger on like a what's it called, a M240 or you know, SAW or anything like that. And but it was always like
a burst. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. 5 to 7 rounds. Yep.
Even the same with the M2. I saw a number of those firing. It's interesting. In training, they put like this 3-cylinder
the blank firing adapter. Yep. The big fucking. Yep.
I thought it was a minigun when I first saw it.
Yeah. Well, me too. I'm like, what the fuck is this? They get the big 50 cal blanks, and yeah, it's. Yeah, that BFA is, well, it's got to be huge because the pressure in there is just insane. And you also, like, the bolt assembly in that fucking receiver weighs like 25 pounds. So you have to have enough gas that, like, exits the barrel.
That weight back. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, reciprocates and works the action. And that is a bitch. Yeah, we always, when we were doing training, and the guys that would get the 50 cals, they were in Iraq, and they knew this weapon inside and out, and they would be like on there, because like a new guy like me at that point, I didn't know how to time it right. I didn't know how to, you know, do all that shit with the blanks to get it to cycle, and those guys did. And yeah, the 50 cal, that blank firing adapter is like fucking 12 pounds, you know, like on the barrel.
Gigantic thing.
Oh yeah, it's massive. Yep.
That's funny. That experience was I would love to do that again. It was the most demanding job I've ever had, but it was so much fun. It was fun because you just got to see it all. You know, it was crazy.
Well, that's what I'd equate my experience in the infantry as, is the most demanding job I've ever had, but it was fun.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
And, deployment sucked, but like for different reasons. Like
putting the 7 other guys in a hole for warmth, hoping you don't get mortared that night, kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, but you know, training like in the military is, you want to train. And I know Jocko Willink, like I don't agree with his like hardcore, you could do it kind of thing, but he does say a lot of really good shit that's relevant. Is you want to train harder than you fight. And you want to make your training suck so much worse
that combat seems easy.
Well, it's not easy, but it's not as bad as you'd think it would be. You know, it's like
it's not as much of a drain on you. Right,
exactly. And you train so, and like Jocko and a couple of the other SEALs that Joe Rogan has had on and all have said there were more guys hurt and killed in training than there were on deployment. Yeah. You know. Yeah. So training, I'm glad you got that experience, because that also is why, like a simple thing like you just said is, you recognize that, well, in the actual military, you don't just go cyclic on your machine gun. That's not what it's made for. And but you would be surprised at how many people
seem to think
they just don't, they'd never experienced that. And it's not like a diss on them. It's like, you shouldn't have to experience it. If you're not in the military, you shouldn't have to experience that.
Well, I mean, they should sign up and be patriots and figure it out. Right?
You're not a patriot. I'm a patriot. My parents were patriots. But anyway, No, that's really cool that you get to experience that, and that's also going to help. Like that kind of shit goes a long way in what you're trying to do.
It does.
You know, I'm a fucking I'm a director of a film. Okay, well, good for you. But like, you know, if you got that experience and you're not a cunt about it, which you're not, it's like, well, yeah, this is what I observed. Again, when I was in the military, so was Devin. It's not like, you know, well, this is how it is. It's like, no, this is what I observed.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, because everything's subject to change, even from like infantry to infantry, and even, you know, the same country's infantry, different spot, different time, you know, even relatively close together can be an entirely different experience.
Yeah.
And we've also talked about, like, not only that, but like, this is how I remember it.
Yes. And that too. And like, I told you, I don't remember everything from my deployment. It was fucking.
It's a lot of boring monotony. That's the vast majority of what it is.
11 years ago already. I'm getting old. Holy fuck.
Me too. You guys can't see it because I'm so far away, but there's a lot of gray hairs in my mustache.
Well, the reason I wear a hat is because you've seen me in person. Like, I got some grays coming in.
Mine too. Well, you can kind of see it with the light. It's creeping up my sideburns to the top of my head.
That's what mine's doing.
Yep. I just noticed it like a month ago. I got like 2 gray hairs over here.
Only 2. Oh, lucky you. Oh, God.
An anecdote, and then we should go back and I'll answer the question about the Tang and vodka thing.
True. I actually probably should be getting going. It's after 10. I have to get up in 4 hours.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it is.
Oh, shit.
But,
well, less than 4 hours, but 4 hours.
So before you leave, my grandma always said, she had this like kind of joke. She's like, you know, when men get older, their hair starts growing into their head. And if it's gray matter, it turns gray. And if it hits nothing, they go bald.
Oh, that's pretty great.
Yeah, her husband, my grandfather, who I never met because of, we'll talk about that sometime in private. He went bald, and that's probably why she had that anecdote.
Probably why she had that. I was gonna say, I'm like, well, I know a lot of people that are about as sharp as a bowling pin that have a ton of hair.
Right, exactly. And but like that was the grandpa that was in 5th Army, that was the artillery ammo driver, and was in Monte Cassino and all that shit. He got really fucked in the head, and but anyway, all right, if you gotta leave, Devin,
I gotta go try to sneak in a couple hours of sleep here before I crack off to work again.
Well, Mike, it's only 9/11. Oh shit.
9/11. Way to go, Mike. You said it. He's filming the army for the Taliban to see. You're talking about 9/11. I don't think I could be affiliated with this anymore.
Dude, just
coming clear.
Alex Jones is going to be in here in a second.
If Alex Jones is going to be here, I'll stay. But
you got to come and rip his shirt off.
Oh, thanks. But yeah, okay, Devin. Right. I'm going to answer some.
I'm cool to stay, Mike.
All right. Well, fuckity bye, you Canuck piece of
That's
shit.
Right. Au revoir.
Later, man.
Au revoir. Fucking whatever. Okay. So thoughts on vodka and Tang. So don't have any experience with Tang per se, but however, pause for dramatic effect. There was a party I showed up to that my cousin was throwing as a Halloween party a few years ago at his place, and this guy showed up with a 5-gallon or 10-gallon Gatorade, like, you know, football kind of cooler.
The thing you dump on the coach.
Right, that thing. But he showed up and he was drinking out of a glass, an actual glass. It was ballsy. And I was drinking at that point. I was drinking beer before I found out that I have celiac after making fun of people that were gluten-free for years. Fucking karma's a bitch. But I was drinking beer and I was feeling all right. And I go out to this guy and I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you like siphoning shit out of this Gatorade cooler, basically? He's like, and my cousin goes, oh no, you don't want, and I'm like, try, let's just do this. And he goes, well, I have a mixture that I bring to every party. And my cousin's like, I'm gonna walk away. And I'm like, cool. That should have been my first sign, just to be like, nope, don't do this. So he tells me, well, he pours a glass for me. He has glasses on this like plastic table outside on this back patio. His glasses, and he pours me a fucking like a 12-ounce glass, and he goes, just pour a little, just try it out. I tried it out. I'm like, okay, this tastes like a fucking Flintstones vitamin. It's delicious. I'm like, what the fuck is in here? And he's like, well, I'll tell you after a couple more, swigs. And so I slug a couple more. Like the glass is almost gone, and he goes, what I've got in here is a concoction I've been making for years. He goes, it's a third Sunny Delight, classic flavor, a third Monster, classic flavor, and a third vodka.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, and by that point it was like, yeah, yeah.
I bet if you left that out in the middle, just in the air for like a week, it would turn into a solid object.
It was fucked. It wasn't the best. It was good. It tasted amazing, but like the whole idea of that, once it sunk into my drunken brain, I was like, this is totally fucked. Like, this is not good. But I kept drinking it, and it was like, because it tasted so good. And that's the closest. Yeah, that's the closest I ever got to vodka and Tang. But I can't imagine it's that much different. Tang is better than Sunny D. I know, whatever. But Sunny D. So did I. 90s kid. Again, 6 days apart, 5 days apart. 90s kid grew up with Poison, basically. Sunny D, Regu Express, Easy Mac, Kraft macaroni and cheese, hot dogs when I was with my grandma.
I'm gonna get some Kraft macaroni and cheese after this.
Oh shit! It sparked something in you.
You turned me on to it.
Yeah, it's fucking. It's the real deal, man. With the big chunks of salty shit that doesn't ever get. Yeah, it's fucking amazing. So my better half, I forgot to ask this when Devin was here. My better half says, if she identifies as a male, can she star as Audie Murphy in your film?
Audie Murphy had a very kind of feminine look to him, so I think that would work.
Yeah, but he was also smaller, right? Like
he was, yeah.
My better half might be around 5'9" and with a lot of Scandinavian descent in her, and might be like very curvaceous and
a bit bosomy,
a little bit. So I mean,
Kate Blanchett played Bob Dylan in a movie, so if they can make that work, then we can make this work.
Yeah, she's gonna tower above everybody else and be like Audie Murphy, like he was very small. But she'll tie her hair up, she'll put it in the helmet, like cut a hole in the back and the ponytail out the back and whatever.
That'd work. I have a question about something military related regarding females. How come, so at least this is how I understand with, I don't know if they still do this, but like when you go in, like they shave your head, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Why don't they do that with women? Women always put their hair up in a bun. Why don't they shave women's heads too?
Well, they have options. And I don't know the exact regs, but like this is from what the females that were attached to us told me, is they can have long hair, which some of them did. You just have to tie it up really fucking tight in the back. You can have a bun. There's like an authorized bun. Or a lot of the females, they just cut their hair short, but not like shaved.
Yeah.
And I think actually, I think there was something that said you, as a female, you couldn't shave your head.
Weird.
Yeah, and I don't understand like why or how, but like they told me that, like I was like, well, why don't you just fucking buzz it like the rest of us? Well, I never buzz it out of basic. Like I fucking hate that shit. I hate that look. I was like a fucking convict, and it was awful. I've got like the cone head, like the Polish, potato head going on.
The bullet shaped head.
Oh yeah, it's not good. But no, a lot of the females like. Yeah, some of them kept their hair and just dealt with having to put it up in a bun every day or whatnot. But they could have a shorter cut and like let it down, which is weird. Yeah, it was.
That makes no sense. If they're about like doing equality and all that shit, like they should treat them the exact same way.
Well, and that was cool. Like so we had 7-ish females attached to us as an infantry unit in Iraq, and there were like 1 or 2 that were like, yeah, women can be in the infantry. I think this is a great step forward. And the rest of them that I think I told you this story last night, right? Where they had to drag me back and my pants were yeah. The rest of them were like, I don't do ruck marches. I don't do this shit. Nope. I'm fine with like helping you guys out, but nope. Don't want to do that shit. Yeah, and like those were also the people that they just did their job very well, and like it was like okay, like they took shit, they gave shit, they did their jobs, and it wasn't like this strong empowered female thing, and they worked out really well. Like they helped us out quite a bit.
Right.
And then you get the couple that got idealistic and we're like, oh, strong empowered woman, we could be in the infantry, and I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about the whole whatever empowerment or or whatever, but like if you can do it, then you should have the right to do it like any other soldier.
Yeah, exactly. But their PT standards were lower than ours.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Like I get that, but like, yeah, the whole equality thing. It's like they had a bunch of women do the male PT test, like with all the standards, and a couple of them barely passed. And it was like, it's not a knock on them because like they were good at what they did, but it was, it's just, I don't know, it was weird.
Well, the thing is, and like some people really don't like this, but it is true. Men and women are just designed differently. They're
correct.
They're just a different animal, and I would say different animal, but they just have different qualities about them, physically.
Yep.
And they're good for certain things that some of them are better at certain things than others. And I'm sure there are women out there that can hack it, but the majority of them probably can't.
No, and it's the ones that I was telling you about that we were deployed with that just did their job, and they weren't trying to prove anything. We'll put it that way.
Right.
It's like, okay, yeah, it's you do your thing, I do mine. We work together in some stressful situations, like it arose. It was just like working with anybody else, because they didn't have this attitude and this like weird mentality about it. And that was fine. It worked great. And it was like, and like you think, okay, so if a female gets wounded and like you have to strip off the clothing and shit, is that going to be weird? It wouldn't have been weird with any of those females that were with us.
Yeah.
Because it would have been like, it's not sexual at all. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's like when the paramedics have to, take care of someone. So
and it was vice versa too. Like I knew if I got hit, that if I had one of the females that was with us cutting my shit open and like assessing my body and shit, it's like it's not going to be at all like that. They're professionals.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's like, okay, this is what we have to assess. This, okay, we're good, and all that shit. And there wasn't any pressure like that, which there is in some units, but we were also a combat arms unit, and they volunteered to go with us. Like none of the females actually got deployed with us because we were an infantry unit, right? We didn't have females with us. They volunteered to go on the deployment and be attached to an infantry unit.
Okay.
And so yeah, and the one who was awesome, she was like probably my favorite. She was awesome, just freaking amazing. In training, we had some really funny shit happen, and it was hilarious. And then whatever, but really cool shit. And we got back. We did our formal party, like I was telling you, where we got back, and it was just the people who deployed, and she was there. We were wearing Class A's, which used to fit me, now don't. No, she was awesome, and she's now a chief warrant officer, and she's married. I don't know if she's got kids or anything, but like, she's doing really well. And like, you could tell, like, yeah, I expected that. Like, she's fucking super professional, does a really good job. She's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like hilarious, and just rolls with the punches. And all right, see you later, the man Dan. Don't forget, if you haven't already, go to the website, which we'll get back to. We'll circle around to that. I said to answer some chats.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was really cool, and that's fucking awesome. She's doing really well. And then some of the other ones, it's like, well, I expect you to be where you are.
you kind of saw it coming.
Yeah, but yeah, it's, if girls can have their hair, why can't the dudes?
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to have hair a lot of times. Like,
yeah, because it's gonna get in the way.
Dude, if you're wearing an ACH or an ECH nowadays, long hair sucks dealing with a helmet because it's hot. Wearing those helmets is really hot because it's not. Yeah, it's not totally ventilated. Like the M1 is a better ventilating helmet than the ACH or the new shit. But yeah, I never wanted long hair when I was in, like, at all.
That makes absolute sense. Well, when I was doing the training thing, every once in a while you'd have to, if you were, they called them lanes when they go do training exercises. Yeah.
Lanes, yep.
And if you were going to ride out to it, they had either the vehicles that you could drive out there were these big white trucks that they got.
Yep.
And it was either that or, like, if you wanted to be super hardcore, you could ride in one of the Humvees. But if you were going to do that, you had to wear a helmet and body armor. Yeah. Yep. And so, like, every once in a while I did that. And yeah, it was hot. The doors they weren't taken off, but they were usually, the windows, they didn't have any, like, glass on the windows. And but every once in a while you'd be in one that had the doors removed, and it was hot as fuck in those things.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, and when you're sitting there with that helmet on and stuff, I would just be like, oh, and my hair was like how it is right here, and it'd just be like, oh God, I can totally see why people would shave their heads for this.
Yep. It's a lot easier too. Like, you don't have to worry about your hair. Like, you don't have to worry about it if it's cut short. It's like you don't have to fucking maintain it.
Yeah.
Whatever. And that's why, like, the females, they had to maintain their hair
if they were going to have it like that. Yeah.
Yep. So they had everything that we, for grooming standards, uniform standards, plus they had that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, but yeah, they got really good at it. And the one I was telling you about that was successful and everything, the warrant officer, she always had long hair, and she had nice hair too. Like, it was thick. It was freaking, like, dirty blonde, good stuff. But she always, like, she had it really always tidy. And yeah, it was good shit. She was so cool.
She knew how to maintain it.
What?
I said she knew how to maintain it.
Yep, and she could wear the ACH with the nape band, which we had the armored nape band on the back.
Oh, nice.
And she somehow finagled that to work, and it was fucking cool. But it's just for a practical purpose. It's like, well, it's so much easier to just have it short. Yep, and not have to worry about it. Like, I always had a medium fade, and I had about, so the regulation is on the top 3 inches, and the sides is like you can't touch your ears.
Right.
And so I'd always have about an inch and a half or 2 inches on top, and then nothing on the sides. But like a medium fade, so it was like even.
Kind of subtle, like a subtle jarhead look.
Well, no, jarheads usually cut theirs shorter.
Okay.
Like they usually shave theirs, or they have a high and tight, which it's really fucking short. It's like a half inch on the tops.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's like fucking whatever. But yeah, very interesting.
It's funny, man. Damn, how long we've been doing
shit,
this?
We've been going for 3.5 fucking hours. Wow.
That's how long The Great Escape was.
Fucking awesome film.
I agree. No, I love that movie. But like I say, I wouldn't mind if they did like a different variation of the story and a more faithful version of it.
Yes. Yeah, because they were again. You got to look at. Okay, let's break this down. In 1961. Well, that was a 63 film, but they started in like 61, really hardcore. the process of getting research done at that point was a lot more difficult, and it took a lot more time.
Yeah, pre-internet days and finding out a lot of shit.
Well, pre-phone days in a lot of these places that they had to call.
Yeah.
Like in Poland, where that camp was, it was very rural.
Yeah, Stalag Luft 3.
Yeah, and it was in like western Poland.
Yeah, and I think so, like Prussia or something. Yeah.
Well, Prussia's up north.
Okay.
Well, if they were, like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was in like southwest. But anyway. It was in Poland. It was not in Germany. Yeah, Google that. Jamie, pull it up. Pull it up. Jamie, pull it up. I'm telling you, I'm right. I know this.
Fucking Joe Rogan.
Well, Alex Jones, I fucking love him. Because like for the longest time, I've been watching him for like 10 years. For the longest time, I'm like, this is just entertainment. Like, this guy doesn't know what's going on. And all of a sudden, a lot of things that he said were going on came to fruition. And I'm like, especially last year, and I'm like, oh, that's not good. If Alex Jones is right about all this shit, that's not good.
Yeah, the crazy. It says it was it's today. It's called Poland. It was called Zagon or something like that. Town in southwest Poland.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep.
Yeah, it's but like at the time, it was considered part of Germany.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
But today it's Poland.
Yes, and so it was pretty far east, concerning the Western Allies, prison camp and all that shit. Yeah. And but they did a lot of research on the actual layout, which was cool.
Yeah, here on its Wikipedia page, they have a giant model that they used of Stalag Luft 3 for the movie, and it's pretty damn good. But it's really cool. They did do a lot of really good research, and like the uniforms in that movie are pretty good, like the Luftwaffe ground troops and such. So
it was pretty black. Impressive. Yeah, and the guards are wearing black, and then the officers and NCOs are wearing it was a certain kind of guard that was wearing black. But and also the Germans in that film, it wasn't over the top like they're Nazis.
Right. They did a little bit of it with the SS, but not with the prison guards themselves.
Well, with the SS, like, they also weren't over the top with that, in my opinion. They were just like, because that's the SS and the Gestapo, they were sick of that shit. They were like, these guys, like, and they were see, what I got out of that initial, like, when they brought Bartlett in, right?
Yeah.
Is the SS and the Gestapo were looking at the Luftwaffe going, hey, we're sick of doing this. Do your fucking job better. But they weren't directly saying it.
Right.
And then, when he fires back the Luftwaffe officer, he goes, these are Allied Air Force members, and the responsibility of the Luftwaffe, not the SS or the Gestapo. Yeah. And then it's like, you get that, like, offended, like, what the fuck did he just say? But he's right. Yeah. And, but because they were sitting there going, yeah, until they escape, and then they're our fucking problem.
Yeah.
We're spending, all this manpower, all these man hours, all this money, all this time, tracking these guys down because you guys fucked up. And the Luftwaffe was like, well, we get why they're doing it. We would do it if we could, but yeah, so that's kind of why I think it was good, because, and then like the commandant, the colonel,
von Luger.
Von Luger. Yep. He was like a Luftwaffe guy. It's like, hey, let's just sit this one out. Let's just fucking, whatever. And then all the guards, though, they weren't over the top. Like,
that is true. That is very true. And that's one of the things I appreciate about it is, and you kind of feel for von Luger at the towards the end.
I
like how when they bring the information that they shot they shot all those escapees, von Luger is like, kind of, he doesn't want to tell them. He's like, he sees like that this is like a dirty thing, and then Yeah, at the very end, it's like when he's being taken away, it's like poor Von Luger.
Yep, and he like because I think the squadron leader was what the fuck was his name? But he's like, how many of them were wounded? And then he's just like, none.
None. They're all dead.
And then he doesn't even have to say they're dead. He's just like, none. And then he gets it. He's like, oh.
Yeah, he understands at that point.
Oh, okay. And he's just like, fuck.
Yeah, it's a great movie though, man.
That's one of the best, one of the most well researched of the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's funny because like they were going to ad lib a bunch of shit in there, and the director was like, no, you're going by the script, 100%. Yeah.
Well, it had a lot of actors at the time who were kind of known for doing that, but I'm glad that they didn't. But what do you think like are some of the I don't know, I love talking about this sort of thing. What are some like classically just terrible war movies that you've seen?
From what era?
Let's go back like 50s, 60s, 70s, around that time.
Well, Hell's for Heroes was cool when I was a kid. Not the most terrible, but like not fucking.
Just not right.
I hold on. I gotta figure out the fucking actor.
Okay.
You'll know it. He's still. I don't know if he's still alive. All right. Bob Newhart.
Oh, Newhart. Okay. Who was in that?
Yeah, he's in that. He's in that. He's the guy that's like driving the Jeep randomly, and he's like, "Hiya, fellas," and he gets like a fucking arty round that goes off next to his Jeep, and he's like just thrown into the mix. And they're on the radio that they know there's a listening device in the bunker.
Yeah.
And so he's just tasked to sit there. He gets it, like, you know, he's just inept, but like he gets it. And so he just starts like rambling about dumb shit. He's not talking to anybody, but he's just like rambling.
He's probably improvising.
Right. And he's just like, yeah. Oh no, yeah. And then at one point he goes, "Oh no, don't send them up here. We've got plenty of guys up here already. Like, we don't need any more. Like, we don't have any more positions. We got so many guys up here." And there's like a squad up there. You know, it's like, oh, okay. But no, that's pretty cool. Okay, the bad ones. Well, the 70s, obviously the worst one I think is that I've seen.
Yeah.
The worst one where it was so fucking lazy was All Quiet on the Western Front, 1979 version.
Oh yeah, that one. I put that one in when I was younger, I did a bad war movies list, and I put that one in there. I've only seen it once, but it was very boring and trivial from what I remember. It didn't really say anything interesting about war. And
no, and if you're because I've read the actual original novel.
Okay.
By Remark. What the fuck? Yeah. I've read that, and reading that conveys the fucking message a lot better.
Really? I'm sure that.
Either the I've seen bits and pieces of the 30 version, which again we talked about is like they were silent film actors that were now in sound productions, and it's over dramatic and like weird. But the cool thing about that film is they used original fucking gear.
Right. I knew that.
So it's like because it was so abundant at that point. But that was like the trade-off. Let's see, horrible ones. I'm trying to think. Because like the Dirty Dozen, that wasn't supposed to be like historically totally accurate.
Yeah, that's one that someone put in the comments. But they were retracted.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at that. Yeah. See, that one to me, again, I grew up with that as a kid, loving it, and I have rewatched this since, and it's, I don't know, it's entertainment. I wouldn't classify that as like a war film, in the sense of like trying to be realistic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Big Red One. That's the 80s though.
Yeah, I've seen that movie. That's a long movie.
Oh God.
Yeah. That I don't really have an opinion on it because I only saw it once and I wasn't really paying attention to it.
Well, and it's got Lee Marvin as like a fucking 80-something-year-old squad leader, you know?
Yeah.
Like he was in the First World War, but it's like he's 80-something, or in that I think he was like 60 or 70. Like
right.
It's like really no. And let's see, going back. Well, they're all equally bad as far as like being accurate, but like
right.
They're all just like Bridget the Remagen.
I've seen that one. They're all kind of the same thing. They're like just clones of each other.
Yep. One that I did like that was entertaining as shit was Where Eagles Dare.
Oh, with Michael Caine.
Clint Eastwood.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, no, that wasn't Michael Caine. That was
Oh no, you're right.
It?
Sorry. No, I'm thinking of another movie. I'm thinking of I don't know because I know Clint Eastwood was in. Clint Eastwood and Richard Burton were in Where Eagles Dare.
Yes, Richard Burton.
Okay, I'm thinking of the right. I was thinking of the wrong movie. Sorry.
That one, it's like I don't know what they were going for as far as like historical accuracy, but it was like entertaining.
Yeah.
That was also 67, and let me see. Let me go see what I got on my fucking computer.
Mm-hmm. The one that most people agree is like the most awful of awful from those era is the Battle of the Bulge.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that was fucking. Oh God,
that's a bad one.
Oh, okay, yeah. So The Longest Day. We're talking about World War II films. So like Green Berets. Yeah, I get that. That's a whole other genre. Longest Day. Yeah, that was bad too. Like that could have been so much. So A Bridge Too Far did what The Longest Day should have done at that point, you know?
Yeah.
A Bridge Too Far, like we were talking about, you know, the whole scene about, you know, guy pulling the 45 on the doctor, but that was the only cuss word, like hardcore cuss word in the entire film.
Yeah.
But A Bridge Too Far did a really okay job, at least at that point, of like making people aware of how much of a clusterfuck Market Garden was. It was so retarded. It was
people don't really think about.
Right, and that was supposed to be the war ender. That was going to be we're done. We're going to go into Germany and then we'll be finished. And that was so awful.
Yeah,
just terrible. It did open up another front to distract the Germans, but like it was just those guys got mauled. Absolutely. That whole operation was fucked.
Yep.
And so, but The Longest Day, when they were trying to make that about, you know, the Normandy invasion, that could have been so much fucking better. And I did that on the stupid gun miss thing, where they had the scene where yep. Mm-hmm. And it's like a K98 bolt, even when you're under stress and your ears are ringing.
Yeah.
It's not even the same fucking sound. You'd be like, that is a rifle. That is not a fucking cricket, which I have up there. I don't want to fish it out right now because it's dark. Yeah. It's not at all the same sound profile. Even with tinnitus, you would be able to be like, that is a rifle. That is not a fucking clacker.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but like the reason why they had those was because the Germans wouldn't know about that. They didn't know that that was a signaling, you know, method. So like, how would the German soldier know that?
And that was like pure fucking ridiculous Hollywood. And then of course, you know, you get fucking John Wayne in there, and it's, you know, it's over before it begins.
Of course, yeah. Fucking Wayne. Someone put in the comments, what do you think of Patton?
Okay. That's
okay.
That was one that I like became obsessed with when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, like that was, and I watched it recently again, and it's still, I guess it would be like equating that to Hell and Back.
Yeah.
Like they got a lot of the things, the details right about some dumb shit he said and did.
Yeah.
But they also made him seem like he was just this, you know, fucking glorious leader that was misunderstood and everything. No, he was a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
he was an effective asshole, but he was like, he had zero, like when you're talking about an officer of that stature, right? A general, you're wearing stars. You're also political at that point.
Right.
You know you are. And he just was a second lieutenant wearing stars. Because he didn't make fucking captain for fucking years. He was a second lieutenant forever in his career.
Mm-hmm.
And just never made it. And then once he did start making it, you know, then the war broke out, bam, bam. He was the kind of general that we needed at that point, actually, because he was the one that was aggressive as shit and really good at pursuing fleeing enemies. So they couldn't do what they did in the First World War, where they'd pull back and then they just strengthen up on a line and you're not getting through that fucker.
Right.
No, yeah. He was the guy that was like, hey, they're running, we're fucking chasing them.
Yep.
And he was really good at that. As far as like when they were in a stalemate, like in Italy, when he was there, Bradley was a lot better because he was like, okay, well, let's think about this from the perspective of the guys on the ground. Mm-hmm. What's realistic, you know? And that's why him and Bradley butted heads, even though they were friends.
Yeah.
And then so when they got to like Overlord happened, and then Cobra, which is another thing that nobody fucking knows about. Operation Cobra was one of the most impressive fucking breakouts and pursuits of military history in general.
Right.
That was they were sitting there fighting in Normandy and on the Continental Peninsula, and you know they were at what the hell was the port and everything. But anyway, they were like, we need a guy that can fucking break through and keep going. Let's put this. Cherbourg. Yep, Cherbourg.
Yeah.
That was a huge campaign, and that lasted forever. They enveloped the guys, but it took so long, and it was very costly. And then the military advisors to Patton and the people were like, hey, we have an opportunity. If we break through this little area, we can go all the way down almost to Switzerland, and then we have this entire front we can open up. And they were like, well, who do we put in there? Oh, Patton just got into some trouble, so he's got to be a little bit less volatile. Well, let's throw him in there because that's exactly what we need. And there was a speech that was given, I forgot who did it, but they were saying that like the reason the U.S. was so successful and so effective in World War II is because in the United States military, leaders were transferred around all the time, constantly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They were like, okay, you fucked up on this one. Not necessarily your fault, but like, we're going to move you here. We're not going to demote you. We're just going to move you around and then put somebody else in there. And so people were moved around constantly. And then in that position, it was like, well, let's move Patton, who's kind of disgraced at this point. Let's move him into this position and he'll lead his fucking army down here and we can open up this entire front. And then they did that and he wanted to keep going, but they're like, we're way overstretched already because you fucking advanced so fast. We don't want this to happen like the Germans did on the Eastern Front.
Mm-hmm.
So like, and he's like, no, let's keep fucking going. And they're like, nope. And then, so that happened. But if he would have done that, France would have been a massively costly and just time consuming fucking campaign.
Right. And just, sometimes you just gotta, do things that may not seem like, they're logical or, like sensible, but they're in the long run, they work.
Right. And that's what they use Patton for, that was a good move on their part. And then Bradley, like, was a better general, in my opinion, as far as like everything's concerned. But he also knew how to like convince Patton and talk Patton into doing what needed to be done. So,
yeah.
In
regards to the movie Patton, though, it's a good movie, but like they the way they depict Patton is kind of a as we kind of talked about it, it's a fictional version of the man. So the way George C. Scott plays him, like he didn't really talk like that, and so. Right. But it's a good movie.
Well, yeah, he had a very high pitched voice.
Yeah.
You ever heard him? Have you ever heard the original recordings of him?
I have. Yeah, he's got like this. You know, like he doesn't sound like the gruff like George C. Scott. You know. So.
Yeah, we're gonna take these sons of bitches, and yeah, it's like, yeah, it's so that was a thing, and then also if you look at his personal life before that, he wasn't abrasive all the time. Like he wasn't just like this super religious, woo shit like past lives and all that shit. That wasn't who he was. Like that was part of it, of course.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, they had to portray it in like a couple hours.
They had to put in that notion of him believing in reincarnation and all that.
Which he did, and it's fine, but like that wasn't like his basis of why he did a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I think what's his name? I think Francis Ford Coppola wrote that movie. I think he wrote the screenplay for it.
I can't remember. Yeah. But yeah, maybe.
So I mean, talking about Audie Murphy, I'm guessing you have seen the 1955 movie To Hell and Back.
Oh yeah, I loved that as a kid.
Really?
And then as I got older, I watched it again, and I'm like, well, a lot of this shit is just like really familiar. We'll put it that way. It's very familiar, and
yeah, it's very effective at blowing those trumpets. One thing that's funny about it is going back to like you and I are really wanting to get these German uniforms, and the American uniforms too, but like the German uniforms, get them like tip top accurate. The way the German uniforms look in that movie is like it's comical. They're wearing like World War I era helmets.
Well, dude, a lot of those were plastic props.
Oh, really?
If you look at them, yeah, they were like molded. They were molded from the original like M16 shell.
Yeah.
But they don't have any vents or anything, and they were just like molded. If you actually like go back and look at a couple of them, it's like, well, no, and they're all wearing like the Feldgrau, the completely like German, the Nazi looking uniform, you know, the gray with the fucking helmet with the pouches, and it's like, well, no.
I just sent you a couple photos of it from the movie.
That's a molded helmet.
You can tell.
Yep, the shape is not good. That's a molded fucking helmet. And yeah, the shoulder boards are way too wide.
Right.
That's not even a German uniform. That's like a fucking, it's not good. It's not good. Yep, it's not good.
That's how they all look in the movie, though. And they have the visors like purposefully pulled over their eyes so you can't even like see them as people.
Yeah, okay, that's the second picture with the machine gun nest. Yeah, those are molded fucking helmets off the M16. And the decals are like massive.
Yeah, they're massive, like just pasted on. I'm guessing back then, like maybe Hollywood, they just didn't really have access to actual like World War II era Stahlhelms. I don't know why they did that.
They did. Mm-hmm. They did, but it was probably cheaper to buy a fucking World War I Stahlhelm that was, pennies on the pennies. Yeah. And then like make a bunch of plastic molds and like not even have liners with them. Like,
wow.
Yeah, I mean,
I did not know that.
Yeah, they resemble M16 Stahlhelms, like the guy that's closest in the MG42 picture.
Yeah,
maybe, but like the visor is just not defined enough. Or I'm sorry, not the visor, the ear flare, and it just it's so lazy. Like you can tell, like they did that in a bunch of other movies too.
Right, but it's funny though. Like today we look at that and we're like, Jesus Christ! Like how could they be so lazy? But like back then, like no one had access to that kind of information. You know?
Exactly, and it's like they got the overall profile. The Stahlhelm is in itself a fucking. It's been a meme since the fucking First World War, right? Everybody knows that's it. It's a very distinct profile. It's the bad guys, they wore this, and
if they have the look, that's all that matters.
Yep, and the uniforms, like they wore gray. Like, okay, so this guy, Oh my God, do you see this? So in that last picture you sent me, right, of the machine gun nest, on his left shoulder, he's got a Feldwebel or Unterfeldwebel shoulder board. On his right, he's got an Unteroffizier shoulder board. Look at that.
Yeah, because the one that goes with that goes over to the other side.
Yeah.
Damn.
And also the guy that they're both sitting there like they're above, like the one guy on the left is just sitting there like chill, like I'm just here in a machine gun nest.
Ready to take a bullet in the side of the head.
Right. Oh yeah, that's fucking grand.
I wish we could share this on the stream, this image. But
yeah, I don't think I can post no, I can't post pictures, but maybe I'll make, how about this? I'll make this for those of you that have stuck around and that are watching this afterwards up until this point. I will make the thumbnail of this video the picture he just sent me that we're talking about with the machine gun nest, and you guys can see for yourselves. That's perfect. What I'll do.
It's a perfect thumbnail like size image.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's fucking, yeah, it's great.
Beautiful rectangle.
So yeah, you're getting tired. I guess I should be getting tired too, but I took a nap today, so I'm pretty fucking wired.
So you're gonna be up for a while.
No, I'll probably crash here in about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, we've been talking for 4 fucking hours.
And Devin K couldn't fucking stick through the whole thing. Pussy.
Bitch.
Fucking yeah. Yeah.
All right, man, so should we call it?
We should probably call it.
All right, I'm down. Well, this was fun, man. I really like this, and I think we talked a lot more about the movie, and I had a great time. Yeah,
and then we'll go through probably next week. We'll go through the different characters, like Altor. I like him. Yeah, that's gonna be a fucking cool one, because that's a big part of the film.
Absolutely, yeah, and a very, like, you know, it's a perspective like that a lot of the German soldiers had. You know, he kind of
exactly.
Yeah, and so yeah, and I could even, like, you know, share the, you know, with you guys the audio that I did with the actor for him. But yeah, man, next week that'd be great. I love doing this, so just keep the word out that this movie's being made, and y'all in the chat, please, you know, donate if you can, and you'll get your name in the credits and all that, or a DVD, whatever perk you choose.
Yeah, the link is in the description. First one, it's pretty easy, and it's gonna be fucking awesome. And this'll just be the beginning, methinks. So yeah, for some cool, really cool shit in the future. If you guys like watching war movies, but you actually want to see something that's realistic and makes you think, well,
this is it.
This is how you do it. So
absolutely.
All right, clowns. Thanks for whoever's here. Really quick before we get off. Who has been here the entire 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 40 seconds? Let's just see in the chat. Let's just see if there's even one.
Okay.
And then we'll head off. Because, like, I don't know. I wouldn't stick around unless it was Alex Jones and Joe Rogan with Tim Dillon. You know, I wouldn't stick around for a live stream. Well, Alexi, yeah, Austrian. Well, you're Austrian, so you don't have anything better to live for.
Damn, man.
Loretta Purnell. Interesting.
All right, thank you.
That's very interesting. So we got 2 out of however many views. Excellent. Nope.
Good. Well, it was.
Well, at least you admitted you missed a half hour. That's integrity right there. But all right, yeah. Thank you everybody for watching. Again, this is going to be a really cool thing. It's a project in the making, and it's fucking something I've been waiting for a long time, because I haven't watched war movies. Like, people wanted me to watch 1917 and Dunkirk, and I was like, yeah, it's the same shit. It's the same shit.
I haven't seen all of either of those movies, because I knew it was going to be the same shit.
1917 wasn't. It could have been a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
They paid attention to, like, equipment detail, which I really appreciated. Okay. It was cool. It was cool, and like the movements and the gear and like it was okay, but it was still fucking Hollywood. And Dunkirk was okay at, again, making people aware of that clusterfuck. Jesus Christ.
Right.
And they kind of gets you, like, into it, like, 'cause I saw it in theaters.
Yeah.
And it was like, there's some cool scenes in that film, And there's some shit that you wouldn't think that actually happened that they put in there that did happen, which I appreciated. Like the civilians going over and carrying the guys back across the English Channel in like fishing boats.
Right.
Yeah, which was Jesus Christ. That was.
But it still has that Hollywood.
Yeah, stamp. It's really like overacted, overproduced.
Yeah, but Reveille is kind of the whole point is to be anti-Hollywood.
Exactly, and so. All right, I think we fucking made the point, and we're gonna make the point again probably next week. So if Devin could stay on, you know, he's not a fucking giant bitch Canadian.
That'll be fun, man.
So, all right, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.